All right, good morning, everybody. Lord Brownberg, good to see you. Good to see everybody. Hope you all had a wonderful week. I am, however, very happy that it is over. So let's cap it off with one last stream of Pathfinder Kingmaker. We might even be able to finish off Act 1 today, provided the game doesn't decide to screw me on every combat encounter. All right. Hope you all have had a lovely, lovely week. Come on, let's get into the game. So I did handle some logistical stuff off screen. I went ahead and got our characters all rested, got our characters all level up. Everybody's good to go. Our crafter is currently working on a set of robes that is specifically designed to give her a higher knowledge arcana stat. That is literally all it's there for. It's basically her crafting gear. But as for us, we are ready to go. I went ahead and did a little bit of our shopping, a little bit of selling. We picked up a couple of potions of blur, potions of bark skin. Where is it? Wand of shield, wand of mage armor, so that way I can not have to spend as many of my spells on that stuff. And let's get going. We should be able to finish off the Stag Lord and get Act 1 completed today. We are going to be taking this standard party. It's the group that's gotten us through the majority of Act 1. I don't really feel like trying my luck with the frogmen again. I don't feel like getting my head caved in by another tree branch. We will save the rest of those guys for later. I did make a note that they are the only area in Act 1 we have not cleared. Everywhere else is good to go. You probably gathered that the Stag Lord is a pretty straightforward antagonist. I did utilize him once when I DM'd a game in Pathfinder's crossover setting. He'd been enslaved by a party of drow and the wizard teamed up with one of my OCs to fight him. Oh, interesting. I mean, he is a pretty straightforward antagonist, but I do remember enough of the story to know that he's also... I wouldn't exactly call him a victim, but he is... There is portions of his backstory that do explain why he's like this. I mean, we saw a little bit of it with how his dad treated him. So it's not surprising that he basically went off the deep end. All right, it's time to go deal with the Stag Lord. As we travel south, a merry band to go kill a bunch of bandits. Kill them all. It's almost 1-to-1 on the tabletop writing. I mean, he's not exactly a complex character. He's got just enough motivation to make him interesting and enough of a connection to the overarching story that it makes sense. Oh. As you approach the fort, Ragungar sizes up the fort from afar, then looks at you, shakes his head with a smirk. Well, we're here. A handful of lunatics about to assault an entire fortress stuffed to the gills with bandits armed to the teeth, who've been keeping an entire region under their boot. Truth be told, I wouldn't bet a copper on a regular group like this. You'd have to be a complete psycho. So of course I'm with you. If we somehow make it out of this alive, I'll fucking kiss you. I like your enthusiasm. Let's cut it with the appropriate advances. Say that one more time and you'll get a punch to the face. There are other details like his dad murdering someone to try and resurrect his mom and the mother being disgusted and refusing to return because of it. Right, that is true. In Pathfinder, souls have a lot more say on whether they come back or not when it's not pure necromancy. His druid dad was also outed from his circle for the murder and quit the green faith in favor of worshiping Gozra. So if I'm correct, green faith is like the generic good side of nature, and Gozra is like, isn't that like the hag god or the witch god or something like that? I believe is the case. Well, I'm glad I wasn't wrong about you, Ragungar. Onwards, let's kick some ass. Aha, forward, let's show them.
In due time.
All right, well, firstly,
focus on the goal.
Go ahead and just throw that wand of mage armor on. No reason not to. Because it should last, yep, an hour. I don't have to waste my spell on that one.
That is not far. No mistakes.
Wand of shield, caster level of 2. I can save that for Ragungar. Gozra is the true neutral deity of air, water, and nature known as the wind and waves. Oh, okay, okay. So even at first, he didn't go full evil. He just kind of went, oh, if nature's going to be cruel and uncompromising, I will be cruel and uncompromising kind of shit. Now, if I recall, there are some random, not random encounters, but there are some encounters out. Yeah, there they are. A whole bunch, a whole pack of fucking undead. Where'd he go? There they are. Zombies, zombies. I need you. There we go. Oh, right. I forgot we switched back over to turn-based because of the rat problem. Did we just engage them from here? I think we just engaged them from here. You still missed. Needed a 4, and you rolled a 3. That's a great sign. That's a great sign. Very first attack. Even you could have hit that, Tristan, and you still managed to fail. Look at him march forward, slowly but surely. All right, Mary, go beat the shit out of that thing. Thank you. I don't think she can do anything else. I just need Valerie to draw their attention. Yep, you just stay there. I'm going to go stick near Amiri. And then I'll just blast him with an acid splatter. As far as I can tell, the druid was just a nobody who let grief turn him to spite and hate, became a miserable person because of it. Sort of like Ketheric, but more pathetic. I mean, that is not exactly uncommon in the history of tabletop RPGs and the bullshit that they usually go for.
Consider me provoked.
Good shot. Sneak attack. He should be moving. Yep, there you go. He's going to attack. Really? The very first attack, they get a nat 20. Or did they get a nat 20? They had to. Yeah, they had to get a nat 20 in order to hit. You piece of shit. You utter garbage. That's not going to be far enough, but that's fine. I do like that Maguses can hold their touch action so that they can cast them when they do get into combat. Well, now Tristan's useless because... Oh, now you hit him and deal 0 damage. Fucking hell. Right, where's the rest of them? I know there's more of them. Advancing zombies. Blarg. Alright, Mary, go after that one. There we go. God. It's amazing how useful a character is when you build them for literally nothing but damage. Slice and dice. And then I need you to step over here. And over here. No reason to waste that. I'm just gonna... Yeah, more acid. I don't remember how many of these there are, and I'm pretty sure that there are some stronger zombies around here somewhere. It's like contrast to 5th edition, Pathfinder heavily rewards specializing. Well, I mean, yes. That's the nature of 3.5 system, basically.
This is for you!
Yeah, our archers are not going to be of much use here. And to be fair, I don't exactly say that 5th edition doesn't reward specializing. It's just nowhere near to the extent because of the way that the design path that 5th edition decided to take. As far as advantage, things like it. Really, Ragongar? You finally get into melee and you roll a 2. You utter garbage. Oh right, Disrupt Undead. I forgot he had that. That would probably be better. There we go, Tristan. Good. Well, now they're gonna attack Ragongar. I'd appreciate it if you didn't hit. Thank you. Amiri, you know what? Just... Oh, you can't charge from there. Fine, whatever. Just get in there and slice. Oh my god. It's so nice. You definitely don't feel specializing as heavily in 5th edition since you rubber band by proficiency bonus in nearly all cases. Yes, you don't feel specialization, but at the same time, the class abilities, I do think, do a decent job of rewarding specialization. Again, it's just not to the same extent. I'm not going to argue that. It does occur to me, do I get Disrupt Undead? I do, so I should be using that. There we go. Phew. Zap. But yes, I mean, the main thing with Pathfinder in the 3.5 system is that because everything is basically just add higher numbers as much as possible, you have an active incentive to just keep at, like, oh, here's another +1. Ooh, here's another +1. Ooh, here's another +1 that I can get. Like, it incentivizes you to make those incremental increases. The issue with 3.5 is you do need a DM who's capable of running it properly. Otherwise, you run the risk of either so many +1s that nothing is a challenge and your party is never in danger, or the opposite, where the DM throws something at you that nobody in the party could have a chance in hell of fighting. See every overtuned Owlcat encounter to know how that goes. Alright, I think we can turn off the turn-based mode for now. We might need turn-based when we get to the Stag Lord, because that encounter, if I recall, can be a right pain in the ass, because he has a lot of support units. Okay, so that was just the first zombie encounter. There are more of them back here. That explains things. Alright, Valerie. Oh, yeah, there we go. Zombie Lord. That's the one I was worried about. Tristan, I'm gonna have you just turn that on, and I want you to start casting it there. Octavia, go ahead and start using Acid Splash, because I think you still get your... No, she doesn't get Sneak Attack on her Acid Splash, does she? She only gets that after we get her Arcane Trickster, which hasn't happened yet. Alright, Mary, I want you to come over here. Ragongar, get ready. My claws are not out. Please put the claws out. Nope, don't need Dazzling Display. It's pretty useless. Hold up. Let them focus on her. There we go. Ragongar, you're going after the Zombie Lord. Tristan, I want you going after the Zombie Lord as well. And Mary, get in here. What are you doing, Valerie? Stop walking through the entire pack of enemies. Good lord. Ow. There we go. Yep, Valerie's just in the middle of the pack and not taking a single point of damage. Gotta love it. There we go. Alright, I did get clipped by that. So did Valerie. We're fine, though. We're fine. Alright, strip the bodies. Masterwork Scimitar, Heavy Shield. Nice. I do like that Masterwork weapons become more common as the game goes on, because they're a nice round, like, oh, here is a weapon. It is worth exactly 100 gold.
Don't hesitate.
It's a nice good way to make money early on. All right, how many targets we dealing with here?
Stay behind me.
Yeah, Mary, go ahead and finish him off. I'll head this way. No, Mary, go kill him, please. Yep. There we go. All right.
Calculated risk.
Valerie, you go after that. Oh, wait. Oh, they're all focusing on me. They're all focusing on me. Mary, I want you to... Yo, nope, they're focused on Valerie again. Yep, all right. Good. How is she getting hit? Valerie no, Valerie deals... That was a miss, so why did I see her recoil like she took damage? She did take damage. Because the enemy's just rolling nat 20s fairly consistently. Gotta love it.
Yourself open.
Alright, Mary, I'm gonna need you to fall back. Luckily, these are undead. They don't do much in terms of attacks of opportunity. Nope. Let him focus on Valerie. There we go. Now get back in there.
Let's try this way.
There we go. Sweep the flanks. Nice. They're not worth much, but every little bit helps. Again, we will not be level 6 by the end of Act 1. I don't even think we'd be level 6 even if we had dealt with the fishmen. Or the frogmen. Ooh, 723 gold. Yes. Ancient ruins with signs of more recent but likewise destroyed buildings. It seems that someone tried to settle here before the bandits. Silver statues, some gold, I have never understood why someone would enchant a pickaxe.
That is not far.
I mean, maybe dwarves. Maybe dwarves I could see enchanting a pickaxe.
Right here,
but why would
friend.
anyone else do it?
As it should be.
What is that? Oh, another Taldan Warrior dog tag. But yes, we want to clear out everything that's outside of the fortress first, because I do recall that that's just good policy. Otherwise, you're going to have to be dealing with lots of other stuff. War picks are a thing. That's not a war pick, though. That's literally a pickaxe. Heavy pick. And it's double-sided, which means it's a pickaxe. A
All
war
according
pick,
to plan.
you tended to have... They would only have a single beak, and they would have a counterweight on the other side, so it could also be used as a warhammer if need to be. And they were very small.
due time.
Like, people also forget that warhammers and
believe
maces
I
tended to
found
be very
something.
small as well. There were not many large blunt weapons. That would have been very unwieldy. Not saying that you can't use a sledgehammer as a makeshift weapon. It does work,
Follow my
but
lead.
can't remember. Was there more? I don't think there was anything in that trench. Was there? No?
That is not far.
No? Alright, I guess we're good. Headache. And obviously, we're not just going to walk through the front door. That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
In due time.
Is there anything else out here? I could have sworn that there was at least one more combat encounter out here somewhere.
All according to plan.
Ah, there we go. Thylacines in the trench. That's what. In ancient, heavily magical societies, it wasn't uncommon to enchant mundane items. Hell, near the end of the Rise of the Rune Lords, you encounter structures that should be falling in on themselves with their size, but the enchantments keep them up. Well, like, again, if you give me a rationale for it, like, a dwarf enchanting his pickaxe, totally understandable. Random person
As
out
it
in the
should be.
wilderness enchanting their pickaxe, I'm skeptical. Let's make sure there's nothing else over here. Yep, that leads over to the edge of the fortress, but that is everything outside of it.
In due time.
What have we got here?
I'm not afraid.
Yep. Valerie, get in front. Valerie, get in front.
Do not falter.
Block them off. No, 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 no. Mary, me, back up. Let Valerie get in front. There we go. Now everybody join in.
Bring it!
There we
Try
go.
to make this switch.
Smack.
That hurt.
Nice and simple. I don't even think that these were the bandits' thylacines. I think they just came here because they smelled all the dead bodies. Human corpse with signs of torture. Perhaps it was a bandit's prisoner or even one of their own. Punished for some misdeed.
That is not far.
All right, we do not want to go in the front door, but that is now cleared out. Could also be confirmation bias. Non-magical pickaxes don't survive being left out in the wilderness for years, so it could just be that it was a rare niche thing to do.
Follow
Yeah,
my
true, true. It's just one of those things where it's like, no DM would waste time on something like that, I think, unless it was literally just meant to be, yeah, just go sell this. It's meant to be sold. Whereas a CRPG developer is like, yeah, we're going to place this here, and it's going to be here,
All
because who
according
knows,
to
maybe
plan.
someone wants a pickaxe build, even though we won't put in a pickaxe that's higher than like a +2 in the game at all. Thereby making it a build that doesn't exist, even though we're claiming people might want it to exist.
In due time.
Whatever. All right, now if I recall correctly, ooh, mobility. Who has the highest mobility among our team right now? Okay, she has a 10. He has a... We can get him to a 12 in athletics, but if I recall correctly... Yeah, mobility... they're both the same DC, but this makes too much noise, if I recall correctly. Her dex is at 16. Potion of bark skin, potion of large person, potion of reduce person. I could use that. That would give her another +2 to dexterity. And it would wear off within a minute, so it's not even that big of a deal. Expeditious Retreat, Wand of Bane, Magic Missile. No wands or anything that'll help with this. No, that's probably our best option. Okay. Where are they at? Potion of Reduced Person. Use. And then I want
may I help?
Kristen. Go ahead and turn that off. Put guidance on her. Okay, so
Outdoor
that
adventures are good for
should...
skin and body shape, but they just
There we go.
ruin
That
the
gave us another
hair.
10% chance of success. Please work. Please work. Please, Octavia.
Bill!
Jesus fucking Christ. Well, we just took about 10 times as much damage from a failed skill check as we have from anything else that has happened so far. Thank you, game. So nice of you. And it removed the ability to make the check. So we took all that damage for nothing.
You can count on me.
Okay. All right. All right. All right, game.
As it
all
should
right,
be.
fall back.
Once a girl told me my eyes
Now
light up
Tristan
her
gets to
world.
waste
I said that
all
there
of
was
his
nothing
channel
to say
positive
that would light up
energies
her
because
soul.
everybody
She
took
seemed
damage.
disappointed.
I am your shield.
Go ahead and use that. Go ahead and use that. Oh my god. Please heal fully. Thank you. There we go. All right. We're back up and running.
That is not far.
I guess we'll try Ragongar this time. He's got the highest athletics. Let's go ahead and take off his armor here for a second. It gets him to a plus 12. Then... I'm going to have Amiri, if you could hand over your belt, please, real fast, because we do not have one for Ragongar just yet. I don't think there's... hold on. Potion of Enlarge Person. That would give him a +2 bonus to strength. Okay. Surely, with a +14 in athletics,
In due time.
and Tristan giving him guidance, we will not fail this. Right? Please, game. I'm begging you.
Think again before you ask the impossible.
That was a failure, which means it took us 4 hours to open the gate, and we've been spotted. And he's... Did that start the encounter? Okay, so...
Dares disturb me while I'm drinking.
So, yeah, so that just made this encounter nigh impossible because every single bandit in the fortress just ran to him. Oh my god. Okay, well, I guess we'll try this. It's about the stupidest fucking thing that could have happened. Skill challenges in this game were not appreciated. It's just the simple fact that that was, like, what... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? First we roll a 6, then we roll a 4. I give us all the advantages I can, fail every roll. And people wonder why I have a problem with quick loading and fucking exiting these fucking games. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure that makes this encounter nigh impossible because it puts like 9/10 of the enemies next to him rather than just his personal force, which makes things much more difficult. All right, Valerie, you go after the brawler. Amiri, you go after him. Ragongar, I need you to go after the... I need you to go after him. And I'm going to go after the alchemist.
Do it.
Are you... He immediately got an attack of opportunity. Fuck you. Oh, and of course I missed, which means he got attacked.
Calm down.
What
yet.
the fuck? Oh, great. Yeah, because he just left attacking Valerie to go kill me. Thanks, Gabe. Love being two-shotted by the enemy.
I am
Fuck.
prepared.
Oh, right, because it... I was wondering why I was getting hit. Oh, right, because pushing through the gate took 4 hours, apparently, and I lost my buff. All right, game. All right, game. You're just gonna keep doing this to me, I see. And I don't think we have a few healing potions and exactly 1 scroll of healing. Great.
How may I help?
Hello, check your VJ. Yes, I meant to tragic, and then I completely forgot. I was very out of it this morning. I saw the alert from my Gmail saying that I'd gotten an update, And then I completely forgot to check it in the hour leading up to stream. I'm so sorry about that. I will check it as soon as the stream is done, Tragic.
I know what to do.
I appreciate you working so quickly. I really do. Okay, well,
I am
now that
your
we have
command.
wasted, from the looks of it, we've wasted 9/10 of our healing supplies in the first freaking encounter. That's great. Thanks, game. I love this. Really hope you like it so far. I'm sure I will, and I can't wait to take a look. Okay, there's another group of bandits over there. There's another group of bandits over there. Okay, Alchemist Fire, Acid Flask, some basic equipment, Snowball, Potion of Faith.
Ready for
I guess
anything.
I will also just Wand of Shield. How long does that last? 2 minutes? That's fine. It still means I don't waste a... Oh, why does it feel like the game's lagging? Why does it feel like the game's lagging? Okay, hold on. Put that back down there. There we go. Potion of Faith, all
That is
that
not
stuff.
far.
I don't think there's... Oh, wait, there is. Yep, there's the guys at the gate. How many of you? Just regular bandits?
We will be victorious.
No, Valerie, I need you to come over here. Okay, or
Let us strike
not.
as one.
There we go. Did you seriously get hit on the first attack again? I swear okay. Turn the camera. There we go.
calculated
Everybody focus
risk.
fire. There we go. And now go after him. And that's all of them. Aha.
As it should be.
I still wish that we had passed that initial skill check so I didn't have to do it. And there,
So it's
yep,
come
go
to
after him,
this.
quick. Oh, that's a, shit. That's a barbarian. Actually, that's an alchemist. Valerie, split off this way, please. I need you to block
Do
that.
not
There we go.
falter.
Of course, we can all just keep missing. There we go. Go for you. No. God damn it. And now he's attacking me. Can we... There we go. Please kill him before he kills me. Nope, he's still gonna hit me. God damn it. Yeah, because he's got basically a coin flip chance of hitting me. Son of a bitch. I don't think I brought enough healing potions. I was not expecting to now have to fight the... Yeah, and of course nobody's dropping any healing potions. God forbid.
All according to plan.
Share your troubles.
Okay, that's better than nothing.
Done and done.
Thank you, Octavia. Okay, the wolf is
In
kept
due
over there. I
time.
know... Is there another group over there before I get to them, or what? Doesn't look
Follow
like
my
it.
lead.
Okay,
Here.
hold on. These guys all get trip attacks. Hold on. 27. You are fighting defensively. Yes, you are. Good. Not blur. Potion of Shield of Faith. That'll give her an additional +1. But we can afford that. It's only a 1-minute buff, but it's fine.
I'm listening.
Let's see
Yep,
what
there we go.
I'm made of.
Come on. Bring him in
Onwards.
close. Bring him in
Stay
close.
behind me.
And somehow I managed to attract the attention of 2 of them. Thank you. No, Amiri, I could really use your help over here. Thank you. Do not let them trip you. That is how these things fucking kill you. Just about any skill check in this place runs the risk of consequences if you fail it. And we failed every one of them so far. Isn't that so great?
That is not far.
How much you want to bet we fail this too?
Easy as murder.
No, surprisingly we didn't. Thank God. Yeah, you know, the DC of 19, you actually managed to roll a 10, Ragongar. Thanks.
I'm
You know, not...
restless.
It also occurs to me I never reset his equipment because I got so pissed off at everything that was happening before. Amiri, you can have your belt back. Since you are our main damage dealer, I do not want... I don't think he can spot me. Okay, he's walking back that way anyways. That is a glaive, and...
Now I'm embarrassed.
Oh
I'm listening.
God. I don't suppose if I cast guidance, you'll be allowed to do it again.
What's the holdup?
Nope, of course not. You already failed to pick this lock once. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Yeah, DC of 22. You rolled a 5 because Octavia apparently has decided that she will not be rolling higher than a 5 for the entire portion of this game. Or for this act, at least. Sloppy corral for some big animal. Who wants to bet we failed the check for the owlbear, too, and it mauls us? I really... No, I don't think he starts the encounter,
All
but...
according to plan.
They can run off... Yeah, there's a group of them over here.
End this suffering.
Okay, bandit, illusionist, and regular bandit. Octavia, I want you to focus on him. Tristan, I want you to magic missile him. Mary, go after that guy. Ragongar, go after that guy. Blasted. Get blasted. Nope, Ragongar, go after the illusionist. Ragongar, move into melee and go after the illusionist. I think he... Nope, he did hit me, but he also hit, like, one of his own guys. Go. That's all of them but the archers.
Tear them apart!
Please do not accidentally aggro the next group. Yeah, I have never done... Yeah, he's got Ox and Dovin and Akaros in... Oh my god, he has all of his lieutenants. I have never done this fight with all of his lieutenants. Because, you know, doing the fight with all of his lieutenants is fucking stupid, so why would you ever let that happen? But here we are.
As it should be.
And I kind of I don't think there's any way to really draw them off is part of the issue as well. Another tidbit about the Stag Lord. In tabletop, his helmet is an Erastil magic item that he stole that lets him count an opponent as flat-footed for a round once per day. That is so much better than what it does in this game. What the fuck? Are you kidding? That would be amazing. For a rogue, for any kind of melee attack. That is so much better than what it, if I recall at least, that's a lot better than what it does in the game. What the shit? Well, that's pretty much all of our healing items. Why do I have this on me? If the wearer worships a Rastal, it's 3 times per day use. Wow. Yeah, that is massively better than what this game causes it to do, if I recall correctly. Okay, can I get to the owlbear without it aggroing? One of his henchmen is named Ox. Yes, if I recall correctly, this whole dynamic over here is like what is, I don't remember what it is, Tale of Mice and Men kind of thing. You've got the intelligent bandit who's like cruel and unusual, and then you have the big dumb stupid head. Would we like to not fail the 3rd major skill check of this area, please? The caged owlbear seems to be worried. He growls softly as you approach. It looks strong enough to break the cage's door. Yeah, no. Lord Nature tried to calm the bear and failed. So I'm pretty sure if I free it, it attacks me. Also, why is opening the cage to free the owlbear a chaotic good action when... Ox is a low intelligence human. I think he grew up in the Soul Lands, basically an oafish bandit who's not very independent. He's mostly illiterate, but he claims he can spell his own name with pride. Donovan taught him that Ox, O-X, was spelled Ox, O-U-C-H-S. Just open it. Yeah, I saw that coming. God damn it. I don't suppose I could de-aggro him and, like, still get him to attack the fucking... So we have failed every single skill check that this area has called us to make. And no, he's just gonna follow us, isn't he? Especially because Valerie can't get away from him fast enough. Ah, yes, because we never even thought about designing a de-aggro mechanic for this game, did we? Another problem with CRPGs, the concept of fleeing from a fight is simply an anathema to CRPG designers. Can we... I mean, yeah, no, that counts as an attack of opportunity. Okay, no, no. She just took 40 fucking damage from that. Jesus, god, yeah, because it has plus 18 as a baseline to its damage. Technically, she should already be dead, but we have it set to 80% damage. Good lord. No, no. You already fucked me on every other roll in here, game. I'm going to quick save and reload until you give me the fucking proper ending to this part of the quest, to this skill check. Oh, would you look at that? Fuck you. The owlbear stat block is the most juiced up thing in the game. Yeah, yeah. Of course it is. There we go. The owlbear seems to have endured some sort of abuse recently, probably at the hands of a certain druid. It's scared, angry, and wants to take revenge on its offenders. It seems to understand that you're not one of them, and it probably will not attack you. What's up? Sorry, it took a while. College stuff. 10 win. It's fine, man. Dude.
Reinforcements
you got real
have
life
arrived.
stuff. But thank you for the 11 months. Hot it. Oh my god, it's almost been a year.
Happy 11 months, D.
Holy fuck, it's almost been a year. Did I really get monetization in October of last? Wow. Okay, now that that little tiny existential crisis is over, let's keep going. Yeah, the owlbear will help us fight the Stag Lord, right? Yes, okay, I certainly hope that works. We're about to find out because if, again, I've never failed this many stat checks going into this area, and I've never had to fight the Stag Lord with all of his lieutenants next.
No.
You failed that one too? The game is just not feeling it, it seems. You have no idea, Ten, when we completely fucked up the skill checks to get inside through the side passages over here. Which led to me having to waste a shit ton of healing items because Octavia failed the mobility check and we all took like 20 damage. Then I buffed Ragongar as high as I could go with strength to use the athletic check. He failed that too, which set off the alarm and caused 4 hours in game to pass. So we lost all of our buffs and all of his lieutenants are over here protecting him now. And I don't even know if I can deal with that because I know for a fact this asshole is a stealth fucking rogue who excels at just infinite fucking sneak attacks.
All according
And I
to
have
plan.
never had to fight him with the Stag Lord because I've never been stupid enough to not just reload if I set off the alarm.
In due time.
In fact, I don't even know if I have a say. Nope, nope, I don't anymore. We don't even have a choice. Fuck's sake. We have to come from this
That
angle
is not far.
because if we don't deal with that cleric, and I'm pretty sure there's a mage up here as well. If we do not deal with the cleric and the mage knows fireball, I believe. And the cleric is just going to buff the Stag Lord nonstop. What are we dealing with here? And I'm pretty sure he's a paladin or a fallen paladin. No, barbarian fighter. Really? Well, he is a fallen paladin. I know that, but I guess that's how they statted him. He also has 74 HP. That's great. Thanks, game. And we can't even see him, and we can't even see him. Great. So, again, I don't even know if I can fight this way. Okay, let's,
Ready for anything.
okay, first things first. Let's go ahead and shield.
Where to now?
Shield. Okay, that gives us a little bit more defense. Wand of True Strike is good to have. Wand of Lead Blades. How long does that last? A single minute.
I won't let you down.
Okay. Okay. Wand of Grease is probably going to be... If we can... I would probably want to throw it right about here and pray that it catches most of them. One of your Piercing Scream, Wand of Find Traps. I don't suppose we picked up a AoE spell of any kind. Remove Fear. No. Magic Missiles. Scroll of Mage Armor. Why do we have 3 of those? Shield of Faith. That's Snowball. Blur is going to last 3 minutes. We have 2 of them. Bark Skin. Hold on. I definitely want a Bark Skin on you. Let's see, what else? What else? Shield of Faith. No, we're going to be using Protection from Evil, so that'll be easier. Reduce Person, no. Invisibility, no. I want Blur. Large Person, no. We'll go ahead and cast Bless. How much is she? Wait a second. That shield only gives a +3, so yes,
I am
actually.
yours to command.
Oh, she can't cast that. Of course not. Be too easy. All right, hold on.
Share
Tristan,
your troubles.
Bless,
I know what to do.
and Mirror Image.
Together we are unstoppable.
Mirror Image.
Focus on the goal.
We're probably going to have to do this in turn-based mode, because I think that's the only way this is going to work. Bone Fists. That gives everybody an additional
I've been taught,
AC.
if someone annoys you, you either pray or polish your armor. That is why my armor gleams as it does.
Right here, my friend.
And Protection from Evil.
Time's not waiting.
And then let's see here. That gets her to a 29. Let me see here. Gungar, I want you to also take that. That gets you to a 25. I'm going to take the Potion of Blur. Use that. Amiri, I want you to down the potion, the Enlarge Potion. And then I don't think there's anything else. Wizard Bomb, Bane, Expeditions Retreat, Invisibility. Okay. F5. Activate turn-based mode and go.
As it should be.
We need to be as close to these stairs as
Enemy
possible. If need be, I might be able to use the stairs as a choke point. Okay, so he's the only one who is aggroed. If that's the case... See, okay, so there is no mage up here. That's good, at least. If that's the case, let's go ahead and... Regular bandits, probably the best targets for that. Then let's focus on the cleric. Get shot, you piece of crap. And, oh, right. You have to use your move action first, or you can't move the full distance. That's great. And everybody else is aggroed. There they are. All right, give me Wand of Grease. I want you to throw it right on top of there.
I see something.
That's great, Octavia. I love that. You can go fail at unlocking it later. Cast Grease, please. Thank you. All right, whose turn is it? Yep, he's moving up. They're going to shoot at us with a bow. And they're shooting Octavia, because of course they are. Okay, he fell over. Whose turn is it? Amiri? Okay. I don't suppose that shouldn't take her through there. I fucking hope not. Please don't fall. She fell. God fucking damn it. Oh, I hate you, game. And now she's taking damage. Yep, he's gonna bless. Of course, he's going to take a potion of invisibility. Fuck you. Oh, great. And now Amiri's never going to be able to get back up again because there's a fucking asshole of a... All right, Tristan, please hit that. That was largely useless, but thank you for trying, I suppose. Get over here, Valerie, before something horrible happens, and don't fall in the grease, please. Thank you. Get right up against them. Okay, Ragongar. I don't like the idea... No, Alright, just move up here. How far can you get? Right there. You do have mirror image, so that'll buy you some time. Why do you not have your lizard familiar out? That gives you a +1 to AC. Good lord. And then we're just going to have you hold here, force them to come to us. Okay. Well, me walking onto the grease sounds like a horrible idea too, so I'm just gonna go over here. And then we're going to... from energy, mirror image. Okay, I kind of wish I had grabbed acid. Go ahead and vaporize it. This should kill the cleric. There we go. Good. Cleric's down. Octavia... I don't think your ranged attack does much. Let's go ahead and target the wolf.
Consider me provoked.
And that was not much. Thank you for getting the attack of opportunity. Good. Waste their attacks on her. Alright, Amiri, would you like to get up and not die, please? That would be great. Oh, holy shit, they actually missed their attacks of opportunity. Hot damn. Okay, well, I need you to fall back this way then, because you're probably going to get sneak attack next turn. Hey, the owlbear gets to go. Watch him take 2.5 turns just to get into combat and be completely useless. We have aspect of the falcon that increases his ranged capabilities. Yep, go ahead, waste your turn on Valerie, and he's still buffing more. Yep, and he smacked Amiri. I should have seen that coming. Yep, you just fall over again, please. Okay, Tristan. Let's go with Heavenly Fire. We're gonna target... Why can't you target the... Alright, target him then. Okay, that's... Really? 1d6 plus 1. I don't think I've seen that attack do more than 3 damage. He has consistently rolled a 2 or less every time. Alright, Valerie tried to go after the wolf. Good. 1 target down. For Gongar, you should have your Touch of Fatigue already activated, so I want you to try that on Ox. There we go. Damage. He did make the save, but we did hit him twice. Good. I should have probably used Arcane Accuracy, but oh well. Stag Lord has a lot of health. I'm gonna start dealing damage to Akaros. Let's just go ahead and start hitting him with the magic missiles. Then I'll step over here. Then I need you to engage Ox. There we go, sneak attack. That's some proper damage. And they're still shooting Octavia. All right, Amiri, let's go ahead and rage. Get fucked, Ox. Take 34 damage. I'm really hoping... Okay, good. The owlbear, and if he moves there, he might actually... Oh, yep, he's down. Stag Lord just keeps casting the same spell. What was that? Oh, he just moved into the middle of the pack. And Akaros fell over again. I am fine with that. Give me Bone Shaker, because this guy should have a fairly low fortitude save. There we go. He failed that, took 11 damage. Nice. I could have sworn that... Yeah, sure. 11 damage on 4d8. Thanks, game. Thanks. Alright, Valerie, keep focusing fire on the bandits. You are doing a great job. You have drawn their attention, and they have done practically nothing. Now that you're here, asshole, let's go ahead with Frigid Touch. Yes, Frigid Touch. See if we can pull that off on him. Nope, missed. Missed. And missed. Of course. Unfortunately, I'm just going to keep focusing on Akaros. There we go. Because he has taken almost no damage. He has a lot of health. And then let's go ahead and shoot you. Nope, you missed. Yep, failed to hit. Amiri... I don't even know if this is going to work. Nope, concealment. Son of a bitch. All right, well, hopefully the owlbear... Yep, the owlbear doesn't care. The owlbear does not care. If I recall correctly, Stag Lord is a ranger rogue with favored enemy human. Well, he's trying to hit me, but concealment and mirror image is working wonders. Ow! Ow!
Kill me.
How is that a sneak attack? Oh, because he counted as being invisible, even though we knew where he was. You son of a bitch. All right. What other spells do we have right now? Let me see here. I'm gonna go ahead and transfer that into a heal for Mary, please. That was cure moderate wounds. 2d12 plus 1 per level, and you heal 9. Are you shitting me? Could you please actually do something of value?
Onwards!
I'm also just gonna go ahead. No, we can't do that until Akaros hits us. We can't use the Vindictive Smite yet. So he should still have Frigid Touch on, I believe. So let's.
Die for
Nope,
me.
he's still got. Oh, okay, there we go. Good, 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 good. Oh, good. And then he immediately attacks the guy next to him and deals no damage. Should have.
This should do it.
There we go. There we go. Slice him up. Slice him up. You think your chainmail protects you? My claws are magic, bitch. All right, please
You can't
shoot him.
stop me.
Nope, you still missed. Yep, they tried to get attack of opportunity, and they fell over in the grease. Amiri. There we go. Thank you. The other advantage of being super large is her increased reach. All right, can the owlbear maybe... Well, I was hoping he would go after Akaros, but fine. You're going after the bandit, I guess. Who's he shooting at? Me, still. He's still shooting at me. Oh, wow. He has a bite attack, too. Oh. All right. Tristan, I would appreciate if you'd start putting damage on the Stag Lord. It's not much, but it's a start. Valerie, can you vindictive bastard him yet? No.
Stay behind me!
Hey, you actually hit him. For Gongar, let's go with... let's go with Shocking Grasp. Miss, and miss. And you actually got him. There we go. 5d8. Hot damn. There we go. Okay, that makes things a bit easier. You know, I've never actually killed him, so it'll be interesting to see what we get from that. Alright, that means I can run this way. Let's just keep using Magic Missile to annoy the shit out of him. In fact, I'm gonna have you Magic Missile him as well. Get blasted. Guaranteed damage is always nice. And then Amiri... Yeah, just go help finish. There we go. God, Amiri, thank God you're so good at this. Right, the owlbear should have this no problem. There we go. And that just leaves the Stag Lord. Who's he shooting at now? Oh, Valerie? Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. Good luck with that. All right, more magic missiles. Quite honestly, I don't feel like taking 10 fucking turns to go all the way around here, so I'm just gonna have everybody switch to ranged weapons and start shooting the crap out of you.
Let us strike as one!
18. What is his AC? He has a... Oh, because of course, bark skin bullshit. Ragongar, do you even have a ranged spell? You do not. And that, well, you have that. Ugh. I mean, the owlbear will start making his way up there regardless. So.
For me.
And I do still have some guaranteed damage in the form of magic missiles. Good. Then...
Consider
him.
me provoked.
Hey, there we go. Somebody hit him with a ranged attack. Amiri, though, you're kind of... There's no enemies over here, right? I don't want to take that risk, actually. I don't want to take that risk.
Tear them apart!
I can't afford to take that risk, really. Wait. Oh, the owlbear is big enough it could just reach up and hit him. Okay. Yeah, you can try to hit her. It's not going to work.
I can't. Oh, after so long, I learned to stand. The
Stag Lord clutches something resembling a charm in his bloody fingers, seemingly placing the last of his hopes into it. You hear a snapping sound, and then a dull sigh bursts from his chest. He's got green skin. I mean, I would actually call it more of a jaundice. It's like a combination of like an unhealthy pallor and the fact that he doesn't wear a shirt, so he's just covered in dirt. I don't know. It doesn't strike me as a green so much as like a sickly yellow kind of color. Stag Lord, yeah, more like user was banned. These lands have only one ruler, and that is why you die here.
These lands
Oh, and there's the ad.
cursed. We'll see if you live here longer than I.
Yeah, I plan on it, buddy. I plan on it. All right, we'll hold right here since nothing is really happening. And we'll be back in a moment once the ad's done. Wow, we actually managed to finish off the stag. Well, we do have a little bit more exploration we gotta do. But we will be finishing up Act 1 shortly. All right, I'll be right back. Ah. Ah. All right, come on, Twitch, finish up. Because I don't think this guy is dead yet. I think he does have a little bit of health left, although I certainly hope he did not just full heal. That would be annoying. Yeah, okay, good. He died.
I am prepared.
And dismiss spell.
This spell doesn't work like that.
Right. It's not my
Ready
spell.
and willing.
There we go. Dismiss spell. All right, that actually went a lot better than I thought. We took more damage from the fucking mobility check than we did from the boss fight. All right, 2 daggers, a chain shirt, studded leather, composite bow, Irkos, Akaros Innsmouth. He had a gold coin, turquoise, and a singular +1 bastard sword, and that's it. Ox had a Belt of Mighty Constitution and a Great Club +2. We had an Agile Rapier on whatever his name was. A Chain Shirt +1 and a Ring of Protection. We have the Cloak of Winter's Veil +1. What is that? A +1 resistance bonus on all saving throws and a cold resistance of 10. He also has the Savage Bow. Let me see what we got here. +1 composite longbow grants its wielder the ability to cast Aspect of the Falcon 3 times per day as a first level druid for 1 minute. When the wielder assumes the Aspect of the Falcon, they gain a +3 competency bonus on perception checks, a +1 competency bonus on attack rolls with ranged weapons, and a critical modifier for their bows and crossbows to becoming a 19/20 × 3. This effect does not stack with any other effect that improves the critical range of a weapon, which instantly makes it amazing for Act 1 and complete garbage for everything else. Dovan from Nisra. Yes, that asshole. We have the Woodlands Aegis, which is a light armor with a 5 max dexterity. +2 studded leather allows the wearer to cast Barkskin once per day as a 3rd level druid, which is nice. The Stag Helmet. The helmet focuses the wearer's attention on weak points of enemies, giving a +1 insight bonus to attack rolls against flat-footed and flanked targets. Yeah, that is just so much less good than just being able to point at an enemy and go, yes, you're flat-footed for the rest of this combat. Fuck you. We also have a Boots of Elven Kind, +5 competency bonus on mobility checks. That would have been nice earlier, wouldn't it? And a Lesser Bracers of Archery. And as well as some regular loot. Funnily enough, if we are going down the route of dazzling display, the Stag Helmet is not that bad for that kind of build. But it's not going to compete with a Headband of Alluring Charisma +2 right now. It's just not. As for the Belt of Constitution... See, the problem is that Amiri's kind of the only one who benefits from a really high Constitution due to the way Barbarians work, but at the same time, she's still better with the + strength right now. You're better with the Dexterity, because that still gives you a point of AC. I guess I'll give Ragongar the Belt of Constitution for right now. Ring of Protection. Is anybody missing a Ring of Protection? No. And Tartuccio's Present is basically a Ring of Protection. There's no reason to do that. I will take the Cloak of Winter Veil, though, because I get the more cool cloak. It's just a cloak of +1, but it does slightly more. Lesser Bracers of Archery. Empowers the wearer to use any bow with a +1 competency bonus on attack rolls. That's still decent, but that's going to be... I mean, I guess... Bracers of Armor. Ooh. Well, I mean, she's not really intending on being hit anyways, so... And I don't think anybody else needs those. And then Boots of Elven Kind. We can throw that on you as well. Just because it fits the Barbarian shtick, I'm going to let Amiri have the helmet for right now. I don't think anybody else needs anything. We can give... Can you even use that? You can. It's a composite longbow, which means it's not the best for you because you don't have a very high strength score, but... Let me see. We're at +6, 2 to 9, +7, 2 to 9. Okay. Aspect of the Falcon is also still solid for her. Don't need the rapier or anything. That'll be going on Jaethal for when she needs to be in melee. Is the Great Club... Hold on. If I put that... Let's see here. +11, 18 to 28. +11, 18 to 27. How does it have the same... It's a +2, though. How does it have the same to hit bonus as a plus... That doesn't make any sense. Oh, right. I have Weapon Focus Plus on. That is one of the mods we have. So the weapon focuses are much less focused, shall we say. The bastard sword weapon focus will apply to all of her two-handed swords. So we can get rid of the Great Club then. We'll just sell that for cash. We'll sell that for cash. The glaive isn't the worst either as a backup weapon for her though. That would allow her to attack from the second rank, which is nice. Either way. Also, can I just say that I actually appreciate the fact that when you have all of the weapon sets equipped, they actually show up on the character model, because it actually does make people like your barbarians look like a walking arsenal. It applies to weapon groups instead of single weapons. Yes. So, like, I think all light blades are counted as one thing. All pole arms are counted as one thing. It's also partially to make natural weapon builds a little bit more effective, because the only way to really make them effective is to get weapon focus in all the natural weapons. But if you do that, you need like 6 feats in order to do it. And it's kind of retarded. It's also just because, again, there's a lot of interesting weapons in this game, and having a lot of them be gatekept by, well, you need a weapon feat to get any kind of use out of it. And sometimes you also need an exotic weapon feat in order to even access it. It gets annoying. So I just took that as a way to allow us to diversify people's builds a little bit.
All according to plan.
And quite frankly, I'm going to be quite frank with you. There's really not that much difference between a bastard sword and a great sword. You would use them like 99% of the time. They would be exactly the fucking same. Oh, hey, another enchanted kukri that we can sell.
Follow my lead.
Look upon this land, for it will soon be ours. The place that the bandits have chosen for the fortress is possibly the best to start a city in the region. It's suitable both for life, trade, and defense.
In due time.
All right, we did get the cleric's gear. Let's go. All right, we need to make sure that the rest of this area is cleared out. Oh, there were... See, I was smart. I didn't come over here, because if I had, we would have aggroed another group of enemies. Fuck you, you pieces of shit. Really? They get to go first? They get to go first? Really, game?
This is for you.
Get shot. How does that... Alright, just turn this off. Turn this off. Valerie, go here. Mary, go over here. There we go. Really? How did you... Why is she flat-footed? She was literally not flat-footed a second ago when we were still fighting. What the fuck? Yes, I am now very glad we did not walk over here. Amiri, I need you to... Son of a bitch. Ow. Did you just get hold... You just got held personed. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck you. Who the fuck is sneak attacking? You, stop that, you piece of shit. Get fucked.
For I am not. That is not far.
Yeah, we are a long way from level 6. And
Something
Tristan, I'm gonna need you to start using some of these to get spells back to heal. Thank you! That's a proper heal! For fuck's sake! So nice of you to actually heal people. Alright, just regular loot.
I'm hungry. When
Whoa!
will you stop?
When did the whole party get encumbered? What the shit? Well, now we definitely can't fucking move because we're... That just tanked everybody's... Why did we suddenly go to... Okay. Well, fine. Fine. We'll go rest then. Apparently the owlbear's just hanging out here.
According to plan.
I didn't realize this was gonna happen. Yeah, I know we can't hunt here, game. No shit. You cannot cook here. Well, that doesn't help us then. Put you there. Put you... Nope, camouflage doesn't work. You cannot hunt here. I love how when it does this, there's like no point in having anybody anywhere on here. You may have picked up like 200 ropes, happened to me. No, we picked up like 200 pounds of equipment, but... Alright, just make sure that we don't get attacked. Alright, guys.
Valerie, what weapon do you like best?
Whichever one I'm holding.
I've been trained to fight using any blade. Spears, axes, bludgeons, and poleaxes, as well as with no weapon at all.
Thank you for the heal. I do like the little banter scenes that Alcat did. I think they overall work pretty well. We can't get this, can we?
In due time.
I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about that because I know that all the loot in this area, if you don't get the loot that's in this area, it disappears. It disappears forever because this whole area is going to change.
Follow my lead.
All right, stole their shit.
What's that thing?
Some basic loot. Nothing of any real importance.
What's that?
And a trap.
That is not far.
Pretty sure this is where what's-his-name was hanging out, the stealth expert. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, no, wait. I put it over here. Guidance. Yeah, and Octavia, would you like to actually pass a skill check today?
Done and done.
Thank you.
In due time.
Yeah, the stealth guy was over here. To be fair, if you do avoid setting off the alarm, you can sneak around this area in order to kill all of them, which is what I had done in the past. Makes things much easier. Okay, so there were not one, not two, but 3 locked containers that Octavia failed to open.
All according to plan.
Wait, really? No, wait. 2 locked containers. That's not a locked container. Yeah. Okay, 2 locked containers. Fair enough. Still aggravating, because that is loot we cannot get.
As it should be.
Because God fucking forbid you actually have the key to the thing placed on an enemy somewhere.
This requires your attention.
Okay, if I recall correctly, there's
Here.
bullshit around here. How long does this last? +3 competency bonus on perception checks. Yes, please. Because I'm pretty damn sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
that's what I was afraid of.
In due time.
I did as you asked.
Thank you. Alright, and then we have some books. Secret Overlords, the Essence of World Order. Until recently, we knew this world as it has been described in the books and stories. A sewer torn apart by hyenas that separate us with nations and borders, oppressing us with extortion and lies, and assert their authority and power. However, someone else's hand rules these slaves who act like masters. It is a threat far more intimidating than a handful of arrogant fools. Our lands are secretly ruled by the most ancient creatures of Galarian, the inhabitants of the ever-dark depths, who know both past and future. People are led along paths they cannot see and do not have the power to leave, to an end known only to our hidden masters. Some insist the signs are purely coincidental, but they point to a vast conspiracy. Only a fool can fail to see how the myriad coincidences weave into a great cobweb, or they have submitted their very will and sworn their allegiance to our unseen masters in the depths. This is in reference to the, what are they called? Aboleths or whatever? The fish people, or not people, but like fish Cthulhian entities who live in the oceans of Galarian and are like incredibly powerful psionics. And also, if I recall, had a hand in the destruction of this world's equivalent of Atlantis, basically. Because isn't that where Aradin is from? He was from, like, the whole Atlantis proxy. He was the last of his people before he ascended to godhood. And then, yeah, they actually are responsible for causing the starfall. Yeah, because the Atlantis proxy basically broke a deal with them, and they said, well, fuck you! Fuck you and the entire world! Today, many know of the Surumgaman Order and respect its teachings and even endorse them. Such was not yet the case on that memorable day when an unheard-of forest hermit came to a temple of Serenray and challenged the high priestess to a debate. This was Avalo, who none had yet called teacher, a traveling wise man who left Jalmaray in search of wisdom and found it here in Andoran, while meditating in the Arthfell forest. The revelation he received was as brilliant as it was controversial. According to his philosophy, truth lies not only in venerating the gods of the good and order, and it's curious that while recognizing Erastil, Abadar, Shelyn, Iori, Iomade, and Serenray, he at the same time rejects the kinder gods of chaos such as Desna or Caden Kalen. Instead, he pursues the wise way, a common principle said to underlie all the teachings of his favorite deities. Avalo has denied this philosophy in debates with many theologians for various temples, or defended this philosophy with theologians for various temples. Only a few of them were converted on the spot, but gradually a circle of loyal disciples formed around him. By turns, this circle grew into the order he calls the Surumgaman, which means the way of a hero, or perhaps the way of making the world a better place. In this book, I recount the story of those early debates, including detailed theological comments on the central points of each side. His divine title is the Last Aslanti. Yeah, Aslant. That was the name of the place. What is this? The luxurious bed is untouched. It seems it has not been slept in for some time.
That is not far.
I see something.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Did that already wear off? Oh, probably because I wasn't paused while I was reading, so it wore off. Yeah. All right, Octavia. I would appreciate it if you didn't cause any problems with this, please.
I did as you asked.
Thank you.
Confide in me.
Ready and willing. Done and done.
There we go.
Follow my lead.
I've broken a nail.
This is loot we can't get anywhere else, game.
I did as you asked.
Light hammer. Some basic supplies. So annoying.
All according to plan.
I don't even know if I'm missing anything because I don't remember what's in some of these locked containers. Prodigal son. That's a story. I don't care. I'm looking for lore details. Yep, trap. I see it.
I won't let you down.
I need
Share
guidance.
You can count on me. I did as you asked.
Okay, I remember this guy being a pain in the ass
As it
because
should
he's
be.
just a druid just standing here. So
Here.
What you want?
let's see here. This is probably a fight we actually do want in turn-based because otherwise he's just going to start spamming spells.
Right here, my friend.
All right, give me guidance.
Ready and willing.
Yep, and then it starts. He immediately goes into combat. Please tell me he did not roll massively high on the initiative. He rolled massively high on the initiative. Of course, he rolled a 19. Everybody else pretty much in the party except for Ragongar rolled absolute garbage. Well, at least we... Are you shitting me? You're telling me she can't... Just shoot him. Just shoot him, please.
Stop me.
And you missed. You... Why do I try? Yep. Thorn body. Yep. Whoop-de-doo. You piece of crap. Get in here, please. And then I would appreciate it if you shocking grasp him to death. Nope. You missed too. That's great. Dude has an AC of like 9 and you are failing to hit him.
Onwards!
We have literally not rolled higher than a 3 on any of our attacks. Are you shitting me? Would anyone like to actually do something to him? Thank you. Make sure we have the claws
This will
and
hurt.
move it. I also rolled a 3. Octavia rolled a d20 and rolled a 1. Ragongar rolled a d20 and rolled a 3. Valeria rolled a d20 and rolled a 3. I rolled a d20 and rolled a 3. Fuck you, game.
Bring it!
Thank you. Somebody roll. She still didn't even roll that high. She still didn't even roll that high. Good God. Fuck you. Just fuck you, you piece of shit. I'm glad you set yourself on fire.
How may I help?
Absolutely infuriating. All right, what did he have on him? Crumpled note. He calls to her again, his queen. He drinks. He calls to her. He drinks again. I have no idea who she is. I can't even tell if she exists outside of his own drunken vision, but I know he'll call her, and then he'll crash around angrily yelling that she didn't come. Then he'll come for me. I obey the rules. I do as he says. I keep silent until he allows me to speak, but he still beats me every time he drinks and rages. He said he'll burn my hands in acid next time. Will I still be able to write? Yep, Masterwork Club and a hide armor +2. Oh, and then there's a chest. This is what we were saving. Hold on, split those. Thank you. Exit. Aha! There we go. His secret books, Wands of Cat Grace, Scroll of Stone Skin, Scroll of Freedom of Movement, and of Transmutations of Body. Very nice.
That is not far.
A little bit of supplies. The exit to the fort backyard looks abandoned. It seems the bandits barely used it. How did that get us over? Oh, barely. It barely put us over. Okay. It barely put us over. Thank you very much. All right, that's everything except for the 3 containers worth of loot that we lost out on because Octavia's not allowed to re-roll her fucking lockpicking attempts. You know what? Hold on. Does Bag of Tricks have a thing for lockpicks? No, not all skill rolls. I'm not trying to cheat fully. I just want something. Let me see here. No, not that. Camera rotation, battle. No, not that. Hold on. Party options, enemy statistics, item equipment, buffs, feats, abilities. You'd think it would be under dice rolls, but... Weather, set to normal, freeze time, no. Unlock all containers and doors. No, I mean, I guess I could do that. That would allow me to have access to the stuff that we've already found. And I could just turn it off, but I don't know. I was hoping that there would be one for specifically just lockpicking. But it does not appear that there is, unfortunately. Wait, maybe if I go to Octavia... Nope, that just changes actual party options. Oh, well. I don't think I'm missing... See, I'm worried because of... What is it? This system. The whole artifacts system shit that you can find. Because I don't know... Scorched fragments of necklace. I don't know if I have all of those. I don't know if I have these. There's a lot of these that are actually very important. And if you miss them once, you're screwed. You're missing out on valuable items and experience. And a lot of it over the course of the game.
I'm listening.
All right, how about this? How about this? I think what we'll treat it as... Where was that? Was it under miscellaneous or... Yes. So I'm going to favorite that. Thankfully, they added a feature that tells you where you got it. Yes, but at the same time, I don't know how many we're supposed to have, so I don't know if I'm missing any is the problem. I'm going to set that as a favorite. I'm going to set it as unlockable now. Because we've cleared all enemies.
What's the holdup?
So I should be able to... Yeah, see? A Wand of Vanish. Another Amulet of Natural Armor.
Onward.
We would have missed out on
Together.
that. Holy shit, game. You can't beat... You know what? Say what you will about Baldur's Gate 3. They largely did not stick super important early game items behind random locked containers that you might not be able to get open. Who needs this? Ragongar, you're actually better off with that than you are the other one. We'll keep the wand. Wand of Vanish might actually be useful. Scrolls and potions of Vanish are absolute dog shit.
All according to plan.
But I will only have this setting on when we have cleared a map. There we go. Punching dagger, padded armor.
Follow my lead.
Like, I'm sorry, there's just too much good loot. Like, too much money on the table. Did we seriously not? Oh, wow. I didn't I didn't actually grab that. That's surprising. And then the only other one was the one down here. And then I will turn the setting off and I will not turn it on again until we run into issues again. I'm sorry, I'm just too much of a loot goblin. I'm too much of a loot goblin. I need my loot. Oh, would you look at that? Another magic item. All right, now we're going to turn it off. There we go. All right.
That is not far.
The question is, how do we get all this loot back home? Because we are over encumbered. I think we can screw with the game. If I hold on, F5.
See.
F5. If I Miri, if I have you down another one of those potions of enlarged person real fast. Yes, that gets us enough, which is just enough to get us to the world map. And once we're on the world map, as long as we don't run into another random encounter, we can get all of this loot back to Oleg's. Aha. All right. 16 hours, good lord. Yeah, it does slow us down, but that's fine. We've defeated the Stag Lord. We've conquered his... I was about to say we've finally conquered his armies, but how much you want to bet it's bandits that are attacking us? Oh, no. It's a troll hound. All right.
Stay behind me.
There we go. Slice and dice. Oh, right. We need to... acid and acid. Yep, just keep it on the ground until we can hit it. There we go. Taken care of.
All according to plan.
Right, where's the exit? There we go. All right, same trick as before. We're just using basic and large potions. Those aren't even that valuable. Go ahead and use that. And that ensures that we get all of our loot back to where we want to get it. Nice. Aha. Just need to not run into another encounter, please.
I need to catch my breath.
And we will, once we get back to Oleg's. Calm down. There we go.
I tire. In due time.
Oh. Valerie catches up with you near the trading post and touches your shoulder. Terendil, may I talk with you? Now that the Stag Lord is defeated, you are rightfully the owner of the Stolen Lands. Lady Jamandi will endorse you and grant you the title of Baron. The girl looks at you with an interest and a little bit of apprehension. What will you do when you sit upon the throne? Please don't say that you haven't thought about it. There will be enough work to do in the Stolen Lands. We need to finish running off the bandits, founding a state, protecting the people, establishing a trade network, building an army in order to protect ourselves as well. Valerie nods, pleased. To be honest, I didn't expect any other answer from you. You are a noble man, and I'm glad to serve the good of your state. Well, that's good, because you're going to be here for a while.
Follow my lead.
All right, Oleg, show me your wares first. We need to just sell off everything. That's all the basic shit. Let's go ahead and sell off the masterwork weapons we don't need. No one's going to be using a punching dagger. No one's going to be using a light hammer. No one's going to be using the basic kukris. And in fact, I don't really think anyone's going to be using the keen kukris either. There are better kukris in the game, and there's only one character who uses kukris. He's awesome when he does, but there's only one character that uses kukris. What do I intend to do, Flair? Have you ever heard of a man named Vlad Dracul Tepesh? Only for our enemies, Lord Brown Bear. Only for our enemies. The local bandit population is about to discover that things are going to go very poorly for them. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to sell the King Kukri. We don't... The oversized bastard sword is still good on Amiri. I'm going to swap out the regular greatsword then, so she can keep her ginormous bastard sword. I'll put her with the great club so that way we have a blunt weapon on hand. The rapier is going to be going... What does the agile one do? Oh, yeah, it's just inbuilt weapon finesse. Okay. Fun fact, that the Impaler does have stats in Pathfinder. He appears in the Worldscape comic, and he's a level 17 Order of the Dragon Cavalier. That's cool if you're going for Vlad as a historical figure. If you're gonna put Vlad in a fantasy campaign, I almost feel like he has to be either some kind of rogue build that focuses on using intimidation, or he needs to be some kind of arcane knight. Like, and all of his spells are based on fear. I don't know. I feel like that would be really fitting for him. We'll also keep the glaive as a polearm and the +1 bastard sword. I might just keep for a Miri just because. Or a vampire. I mean, but that's the thing. No, because if he's a vampire Tenwin, then that's not Vlad the Impaler. That is Dracula. There's a difference. It depends on who you're statting. Are you statting Vlad the Impaler, aka Vlad Dracul, the son of the dragon? Or are you statting Dracula the vampire? Those are two different things almost in the way that they can be handled. Oh, good. And she finished the robe that I had her make. So we're going to put that on her as well. I don't think anybody needs those. We're good on all these. Don't want to sell any of these just yet. Don't want to sell anything from here. Chocolate, the books, the food. I don't think we need the herbs anymore. I think they are no longer relevant. We don't encounter any more of those weird chests. There was crumpled notes, some other foods, the rest of our stuff. Let's make sure we restock on camping supplies. There we go. I don't think he had anything else that I wanted. No, I don't need those. Wad grants its wielded the ability to make up to 3 spells per cast per day, empowered as though using the Empower feat. All variable numeric effects of an empowered spell are increased by half, including 3rd level or lower. I mean, these aren't the worst. I just don't need them right now. Meaning you can have Vlad the Impaler and Dracula in the at the same time. Yes, yes. That is another advantage of that kind of thing, is that it allows you to pull bullshit like that. I already have the full plate. I don't need to sell any of the rest of that to him. I don't think there was any weapons I really wanted from... No, we're good. We're good. Stocked up on that. We sell all of that. Don't touch those. Keep those. Don't touch those. Keep the light armor. Hide armor +2. Do I have anybody who needs hide armor? It's medium is the problem. No, because she's already got a breastplate that's better. But I don't like selling enchanted armor if I can avoid it until we're sure that I don't need it yet. All right. This is fine, though. That's another 7,000 gold. Thank you. And then we can go over to Amiri. Amiri, I'm going to take that. And so hold on. If I give you that. Yeah, so she's got a regular size bastard sword if I need her to be more accurate. She's got a great club if I need her to deal blunt damage. And she's got her personal oversized bastard sword for pure damage. Nice. So we'll sell off the other greatsword because I don't think anybody needs that. As for her, she finished her robes. Very nice. That just boosts... The entire point of that, as I said, is just to boost her knowledge arcana. That's literally all it exists to do. She has the headband of vast intelligence, which is also assisting on that. Does anybody else need a new set of armor? You do have light armor, so hold on. We need something that can give her +6, which I think that's the only thing. Armor check penalty. So does this actually... Hold on. She has proficiency with this. Okay, so I guess medium shield plus rapier still works for her. Speaking of which. There we go. That allows us to sell off the masterwork rapier. So she does have a solid melee build. She's still got her scythe for damage. She's got her agile rapier and her heavy shield for pure AC. And we do have a longbow if we want to use her at range. Lindsay, you have a short sword just in case. You don't have weapon finesse. Well, eventually we will get rid of this rapier, so we could hand it off to Lindsay so that way she'll have at least a halfway effective melee weapon. Miri's good. Tristan's good. Gongar's good. So is Octavia. Longsword +1. We haven't gotten anything better for her? Nope. Been pondering a concept that'd be really cool if Age of Wonders 4 had an expansion that expanded on the Giant King's weapon types, adding an origin, allowing them to have Archon and Fallen Titan swords, and the idea of giving them unique ranger weapons like giant bows, wielding a ballista as a crossbow, or carrying mage-lock cannons. Just saying that could be kind of awesome. I could see that. I could see that. It might be a case where you'd have to make a hard decision between a ranged build and a melee build for the giant. So like if you wanted to wield the ballista or the mage-lock cannon, it would have to be like your giant takes severe penalties if the enemy does get into melee with him. Like it would have to be one of those things where it has some fairly large trade-offs, but also some really high rewards to essentially turn your lord into a proper living artillery piece. Even though it only pulls from one Galarian, it does pull from up and down the timeline, so you can counter figures from past or future. Ah. Worldscape is a demi-plane that layers Earth, Mars, Barsoom, and Galarian. Well, there's only one version of Galarian. It pulls in from multiple versions of Earth and Mars. Okay, so that's Pathfinder's version of Castle Greyhawk, almost. Because I distinctly remember Castle Greyhawk back in the day used to be wild with the things Gary Gygax would just throw into that thing. You could encounter the mythical Thor and DC comic book Thor in the same room. And I don't need anything. My gear's all set to go. All right. So that means we can sell some more of this to Oleg. You can take that and that. That's another 700 gold. Thank you. And the Stag Lord is dead. We have taken his fortress and sent the villain to oblivion. How did they get away with that? If I recall correctly, they just said it was a different version of Thor. They never explicitly said that it was DC comic book Thor, but the way he talked and his mannerisms that were described for the DM to use in the stat block, it was a wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the DM that you know exactly what version of Thor this is. I think Gygax also made it so you could run into the crew of the Starship Enterprise in Castle Greyhawk. Like, Greyhawk was Gary Gygax's, like, personal setting. Like, the dude was like, no. I made this for me. I made this for me and my players. I'm showing the rest of you so you can see how crazy it is, but I'm making this for me. D&D as a whole, that's for everybody. Castle Greyhawk, that's for me and no one else. Oleg looks at you with with respect bordering on admiration. And good riddance. Maybe now we'll actually be able to live in these lands rather than just surviving. Oleg sighs. Though without a doubt, more people will flock here now. It'll boost trade, but all the noise they'll bring with them, and, well, that's none of your concern. I bet you can't wait to return to Restoff and report your great victory. I do have a few things I want to double check before we go. I'm pretty sure we're good. Oh, right. Davik Nettle wants us to, I completely forgot about that. We'll rest. We'll turn in that quest. We talked to everyone out here, didn't we? Yes, we talked to Jathal, we talked to Valerie, we talked to Amiri, we talked to Tristan.
That is not far.
Basically, it's a demi-plane created by the wizard Nex to gather an army to take Absalom. He failed, of course. The charms that perform this task are meant to draw in warriors for the army, but over time the charms fade and they've been drawing in people further and further away from these criteria. In the comics, you see a school bus filled with some unfortunate skeletons. Yep. See, that's some of the old Gygax style energy that I love, where he's just like, I like this idea, it's cool, I'm gonna find a way to slot it into my fantasy adventure. No, I will not explain. Do you have anything to say? Nope, we went over all this. You don't have anything else until we start Act 2. All right, let's talk to Lindsay. Let's get her story. The halfling girl with, and I'm sure Lord Brambo will appreciate that we're finally spending time with the short stack. A halfling girl with tousled hair, wearing a dusty traveler's outfit, sits chewing the tip of a quill. Oh, just a moment. How should I put it? Oh, I know. She scribbles something quickly in the notebook, scrawled in verse, raises her eyes and gives you a bright smile. Hi. Okay, Lindsay, we've been traveling for a bit. Tell me about yourself. Well, what do you want to know? Where are you from? I'm from all over. I mean, I was born in Galt, in a tiny village that it's not even on the maps. If it weren't for my teacher, I'd still be living there, milking goats, weeding turnips, swilling homebrew, having babies, and probably using books as kindling. Why does the game treat her as if we don't know her, as if we don't know her as they describe her as a halfling? I mean, a halfling, that reads almost like a generic DM opening line for describing an NPC. Like, I don't know. It still fits with the overall theme. All right, who was your teacher? Well, he's a true saint. He was once an important person in the capital of the Church of Shellen, but he got in trouble with the authorities, went on a self-imposed exile at the tiniest, most godforsaken priestess village he could find, and that's where I was born. Under the context of the game, we basically don't know her yet. Yeah, it's true. We basically did not talk to her. We got her away from Tartusio and then proceeded to not talk to her at all for like 10 days. He wanted to open a school. The villagers wouldn't let him. You can heal us all you like, but no putting any ideas in our kids' heads. It'll only distract them from their work. But he did teach me on the sly. He taught me how to read, how to write. He gave me books, poems, legends. He was the one who told me about the Archknights of Avestan. And when I told him I was going on a journey, he gave me a magic ring so that Shellen would protect me from harm. Huh. You know, I haven't seen him since I ran away from home. I really hope he's all right. I ask Shellen every day to grant him a long life and new students. The American mindset. No, well, no, we don't specifically say anything about taking them from their work. And to be fair, there's a reason that many people were not literate pre-mass education. And part of it was exactly this. What is the point of reading if, well, one, first you have the, well, firstly, Tenwin, if we're going to get into the discussion of how this kind of mindset comes about, we can start with the infant mortality rate throughout most of Europe during the time period before the Black Plagues, which usually endeavored that around out of 10 children or so, you might have 2 or 3 that survive. So there's not much point in teaching them how to read, write, or do any of that stuff when 70% mortality rate is the norm before the age of 5. Then you have the fact that of those who get to the age of 5, you're going to probably lose at least another 1 to 2 before they get to the age of majority. And you start to see why rural communities did not put much stock in education. Who needs colleges and school to put dumb ideas into the kids when they could work and become proper adults instead? I wouldn't go that far. Also, the college system in the US is broken in its own ways. You can hate on the idea of missing out on some forms of education all you want. At the same time, I wouldn't trust the US education system farther than I could throw a person. You get what I mean? I do get what you mean. At the same time, I'm also well aware of all the other insanity going on. It's just a whole bundle of fucked up. Every kid I know had the idea of higher education hammered to them as long as they could read. Yes. And it's not always a good idea. I'm just going to leave that there. Let's move on. The Archknights of Avestan. Who are they? Oh, you haven't heard of them? How can you be a hero without knowing one of the most epic stories in the history of stories? No, I won't spoil anything. You should read about them yourself. Every single chapter, their adventures are what gave me the idea for going on a heroic quest and writing about it to begin with. And now look at me, on a heroic quest. Wouldn't trust the American education system further than I could throw this person, which in this case might be a bad example. Yeah, it doesn't really... further than I could throw Keston, maybe, in full plate. Dude is probably built like a brick underneath that armor. If you know anything about fighters in most D&D settings, the guy probably has an 18 in strength. He's built like a brick shithouse under there. So how did you become a bard, then? Well, when I realized there was nothing for me at home beside more radish patches. I know it's radishes, but now whenever I think of stuff like this, I can't help but think of the gnome companion from Baldur's Gate 2. And I get a little nostalgic. I decided to run away. A traveling book peddler, Telesi the Quill, happened across our village. Well, I stuck to her like a burr and wouldn't let go until she agreed to take me as apprentice. We traveled everywhere. Brevoy, Taldor, even Ustalav. We've read Ustalav and Brevoy. What's Taldor? The mighty empire of Taldor once stretched across from the Arcadian Ocean to the border of the Padishah Empire of Kalesh. Eredin himself was said to walk among the people of Taldor. His religion, a shining beacon unto the world, radiated outward from Taldor's gilded capital of Opara. Taldor's ancient armies of exploration established footholds for the empire across Scalarian, and its mighty phalanxes marched for thousands of miles during the Shining Crusade to beat back the Whispering Tyrant. Now, Taldor is a stunted remnant of its old glory, having lost control of many of its daughter territories and almost ignored by the powerful countries of today, which assume it will continue its slow decline for at least another century. Brick shithouse, probably a bit of a gut. Honestly, in a setting like this, you don't get strong by being ripped. You'll always have a bit of belly fat. Oh, absolutely. The average... Actually, I was going to say the average adventurer looks exactly like that, but honestly, Most people with 18 strength in this universe would have a bit of a belly gut. Adventurers might be the only ones who wouldn't, and that's mainly because they probably don't eat very well out on adventures. They probably get dehydrated and don't eat very well, which leads to even lower levels of body fat. Which is probably why adventurers get shit-faced the second they get back to town. Then I found out about the Academy of Grand Arts in Pitax, and I thought, well, I love reading, so I can surely learn to write too. And I enrolled on my first try, and they gave me a scholarship. Then they expelled me, but that's fine. They already taught me everything that was important, and now with Shellen's help, I manage on my own. Counterpoint, you don't get 18 strength by not eating well. You say that, Tenwin, but in this universe, canonically, you can be a poor-ass peasant and have 18 strength and not have a very good diet. Because shit doesn't make sense sometimes in fantasy. While not as popular as some of the great bardic schools of the Inner Sea, Pitax's Academy of Grand Arts still manages to attract some students seeking greater specialization. So you worship Shellen? Well, yes, but, you know, not to offend the other gods, she's just the most important of them. All the other gods guard the world as it is, but only the eternal Rose, the goddess of beauty, calls us to the world as it should be. People wonder why so many giants are cannibals. Why are you so messy, Lindsay? Lindsay waves her hand carelessly. Oh, forget it. I can't waste money on looks. I'd much rather buy books instead. In 100 years, when people are reading my works, they're not going to ask whether the author had holes in her sleeves. All right, let me ask you about something else. So that means you spent some time at Pitax, right? What can you tell me about it? Oh, I love Pitax, even though they kicked me out. Really nice place. Lindsay and Viv hate each other. Which one's Viv? Or you mean Valerie? Because I know Valerie does it. It's a weird thing, because if I recall, there are some conversations during the camp resting scenes. It's if I recall correctly, Lindsay has hero worship of Valerie because she thinks she's one of the people who buys totally into the whole "you look amazing, I can't help but think that you're beautiful" shit that Valerie hates. But on the other side of the argument, I don't think Valerie wants to hate Lindsay. It's just Valerie can't stand Lindsay. It's very much a case of, I have to imagine, because Valerie is the prim and proper noble, she was raised up and all that. She doesn't want to hate someone who's clearly is putting passion into something. But her dislike of Shellen pretty much colors everything about it, especially since Lindsay overtly worships Shellen. It's not just oh, I'm an author, so I pay respects to Shellen. It's, no, Shellen is her patron deity. It's who she's specifically worshiping. So I imagine that's also why Valeria spends half her time as far away from Lindsay as possible. It's like, look, I don't want to hate you, but if you keep going on about Shellen, I'm going to end up hating you, and I don't want that. So what can you tell me about life in Pitax? Pitax has always been one huge nest of thieves, bandits, river pirates, smugglers, fences, card sharps. It's always been home for the likes of them, but that was before Irovetti came along. With him, a whole different life began there. Irovetti wanted to make history, but not as another bandit with a crown, though that's exactly what he is. He wanted to be glorified through the centuries as a great patron of the arts, so he built the academy and spent a whole lot of gold to assemble the best poets, artists, musicians. Of course, the very best ones absolutely refused to go, but he got what he wanted in a way. If Pitax was once just a booze barn for thieves, now it's a cabaret. And what do you know of King Irovetti? Well, he won his crown in a game of cards, which says about as much as Pitax as it does about him. He's fiendishly clever. Some cheats I know told me that the moment he appeared, he started pulling off such schemes that the old city masters just scratched their heads. And with him in charge, gold flooded into Pitax. Also, he's incredibly, unimaginably, fantastically decadent and conceited. Getting drunk with whores at the pub, that's not his style. No. He aims higher. Dressing up like a male Calistria with a golden codpiece and holding a 3-week orgy while dancing from the rooftops with a parade, public execution, and a contest for the best ode to the greatest unrivaled king. That's more like it. Sounds like the majority of people in Pitax are halflings. I actually think it's the Riverlands. The Riverlands is one of the most demographically diverse regions of Galarian. And that's going by Galarian's kitchen sink fantasy style, so that's actually saying something. Most regions in Galarian have a pretty even spread of populations, except for pure-blooded elves, if I recall. That's still fairly rare in many places. But if I recall, the Riverlands actually has a fairly wide spread. Aside from the usual, the region was colonized first by humans, so humans are still the technical majority, but it's not as much. River Kingdoms, and like most places, it's majority humans. Yeah, that's what I figured. They also like singing. Ugh. And he orders his guards to make the citizens gather for his shows. May Shellen have mercy on his listeners. Ah, so classic Nero. Tell me about the Academy, then. Jokes aside, I am thankful to Irovetti for building it. He has no taste at all. He wants his art to be loud, bright, grandiose, and most importantly, glorifying his royal highness. He kicked out the best charcoal artist because he didn't wish to spend money on gray scribbles. He sacked a masterful flute player from Tianxia for playing too quietly and instead ordered them to open a kettle drum class. He even ordered the Academy to expel me. For what? A limerick. Halflings don't have a strong independent identity as a race. You'll typically find them in smaller populations wherever you can find humans. Yeah. Although, to be fair, part of that has to deal with the fact that, as you said, they were unfortunately very adept at being used as slaves for a large portion of Galarian's history. Would you like to go back to the Academy and finish your studies? I mean, I'd like to return on the one condition that they throw out 3/4 of the professors who teach there and return all the ones that they banished. You ask me, I'm proud to have been expelled. If my art was to Irovetti's liking, that would be a reason to be ashamed. As long as the mediocre lick-spittles that sit at the Academy and those with real talent beg on the streets, I will not cross the threshold of that place. All right. How about the book you're writing? Well, what's there to tell? You've seen some of the rough drafts. It's a book about you, your adventures, and everyone traveling with us. I'm writing the whole truth, just as it happened. Well, the whole artistic truth. You know, no glory, no story. That is why I assumed a lot of them went into crime. It depends. If I recall correctly, do the Galarian halflings, Lord Brownbear, still follow the whole, like, community is their main, like, center point, which does tend to cut down on their criminal elements somewhat? But halflings that are kind of cut off from that tend to gravitate towards that because of that past. I don't know how the racial history of the halflings factors into all of this. So what kind of character am I? Well, it's not easy to write about you. You're not like a normal hero from the books. I mean, sometimes I even think you're a bit of a villain, but it's not my place to judge. That's for the readers. My task is to write the truth, the whole truth. You do have an iron core. No matter what the tricks fate throws in your path, you always seem to know what's right and what's wrong, and some might say that's boring, but others will learn from you, and from your strong character. I think this is the only time, like, your alignment gets directly referenced. Like, she's basically referencing that you are lawful and evil, which she's not a fan of. And still you went with Tartusia. Yeah, that still doesn't make any sense to me. Your book does seem to be full of inconsistencies. I mean, yes, I can admit that. Sometimes one has to bend a few details for the sake of dramatic effect. It's called poetic truth. I write about everything as if I saw it with my own eyes, even parts of the adventure that I wasn't around for. But I do always carefully question everyone who was there with you at the time. Think of it as a general picture. In the end, you're the hero of the book. I'm just the storyteller. Your command of language is not the best. The truth doesn't hurt me. What do you think my most severe critic is? It's me. This is my first real book. I know I have a lot to learn, but don't you worry. I will do all of your feats justice. And if I put my foot in my mouth here and there, well, we can always print a second edition, revised and corrected. See, that's how you get them, Lindsay. You do the first edition as it's almost a rough draft. Then you come out with the second edition that's properly editorialized and we sell it twice for the same amount of money. That's how we make money in this kingdom. I like it. So why exactly are you writing it? What's the point? When I was at the Academy, Eobald the Insightful began his literature course with a single question. What is a person? He answered, a person is a storytelling animal. Our world does not consist of things, all these woods, seas, cities. It's stories about those things, the stories we tell to ourselves, to each other. Think about it. Centuries can pass. There will be no me and no you. All your subjects will be long gone, but you and I can live on in those memories and influence their deeds. Thanks to a book. Make sure to misspell my name at least 10 times. Make it easy to make multiple editions, taking out gradually more of them. And how do you feel about me reading your work in progress? These are only drafts, but you're of course welcome to read those. Just keep in mind that even if you don't like what I write about, I'm not changing a single letter. Don't even ask. Of course, it's a book about you, but it's my book, understood? The small writer's eyes glow rebelliously. I'd rather have a say in how my biography turns out. You're right, but I shall decide if your book is allowed on my lands. No, in this case, I am actually going to grab the lawful good option. My character, as long as you write the truth, I will have no objection. Generally, halfling communities will adapt to human cultures they migrate to and as a whole don't seek to tip the boat. You know what happens to writers who displease their rulers? All right, Lindsay, time for your contribution by party. The bedroom. It seems the infection is spreading, Tenwin. You've made more references to Lindsay being a short stack than Lord Brownbear has at this point. Are you trying to preempt him? Write the truth, Lindsay. In that, I have no objection. If the world wants to see me as a monster, then so be it. I swear, she puts her hand over her heart. Truth, only truth, and just a teensy bit of imaginative exaggeration. All right. Yeah, because you react on that. Fair enough, fair enough. So halfling rogues aren't a stereotype as far as them being thieves, but a creature known for being quick, nimble, and even lucky fills the role pretty well. Yeah. About to say, if I recall correctly, with the way that Galarian does their racial builds and everything, gnomes are far more known for their sneakiness and their duplicity. But that's also because they just kind of, as a species, 95% of gnomes are all on the chaotic spectrum of the alignment. And including chaotic dumb. Halflings are great pocket reliever. Tenwin. Lindsay is not an own-a-hole. Dear God. Not really? Really? I mean, to be fair, a lot of them are also sorcerers and illusion specialists and all that stuff, but I thought that was one of the main, like, stereotypes with the gnomes in Galarian, was that they were much more known for, like, being sneaky and crafty and all that. Not necessarily stealing things, I'm not saying that, but being, like, stealthy and sneaky. All right, what can you tell me about Tessie the Quill? Well, what's there to say? Books woke my urge to travel, and it was only thanks to Tessie that I managed to get out of the village. At first, Tessie tried in vain to get rid of me, but later, when I told her I was staying in Patak, she even shed a tear. I do wonder where she is now. And what's the deal with the ring? Oh, this. She holds her arm out for you to get a clear view of the ring on her finger. It was a gift to me from my first teacher, magical, imbued by the powers of Shelyn. When I get myself in trouble, it transports me to a safe spot. So, please don't be angry with me if I just disappear suddenly from a fight. I'll wait for you here, I promise. And there's the ad. Pickpockets the ring. I mean, to be fair, if I recall, you can't, because it can't be removed from her inventory. Which also does make her build a little bit more difficult, because it means she only has one ring slot. All right, ad's playing. I gotta go refill my water. I'll be right back. So let me see here. They have to seek out... Yeah, I know about the bleaching. This process aligns with age, but is separate from it to the end. Gnomes also have an inborn tendency to develop obsessions. Can be with objects, professions, and people. Dopamine addicts. Got it. Yeah, not too far off, Tenwin. Two factors means they embody the aspects of specialists and dilettantes. In short, they're all over the place. Also, I thought we were discussing halflings, not gnomes. Well, I mentioned gnomes because he brought up the rogue thing. Also, I have a cookie. I forgot I still had some of my homemade cookies. I'm going to have one while the ad's still playing. Hopefully, my mic does not pick up on me chewing. Okay. Need a drink of water. There we go. Where were we? Just don't leave without me. Of course, I could write wherever you tell me, but if I wanted to stay cooped up in a dusty room, I'd be sleeping through the lectures at the academy. All right, that's taken care of. Plan. We can get Ragongar. No, you know what? We are at the end of Act 1. Let's just get Ragongar and Octavia's story out of the way. Ah. Oh, also, there's this thing. You know what? Unlock. Thank you. I'll take that. Half-elves and tieflings are probably the most stereotypical thieves because of their tendency to be in society but pushed aside in some senses. Ah. Ow. Sorry, just finishing off the cookie. I needed something sugary. All right, Octavia, let's start with you. Since my female voices are horrible and I can do Ragongar's better. So we'll get the one that I don't like out of the way first. Oh, hello! Octavia gives you a fetching smile. Something you need? Why don't you tell me about your life so far? We have traveled for a bit after all. Maybe start with your childhood? Too little. Scraps of memories and no more than that. What do you remember? She reflects on that, tapping her finger against her cheek. Oh, nothing special. A couple of images of a faraway past, that's all. I remember wooden table legs, the paint on them peeling off, standing on my toes, trying to peek at what was on the table. I remember a rose by the window, kept me up at night, scratching the glass with gnarled branchlets. I remember my mother's blue dress. It was a trifle battered, but it always smelled of lavender. She wrinkles her forehead, and that's all. Not much. All those memories, not even like they're mine. I can recall a few images and how I should feel about them, but I don't remember what exactly I should feel. So let them rot in the swamp with the tatzelworms. She grins cheerfully. Life's good enough without them. Had 3 biscuits. There's no proper English translation. A cookie with a French origin, popular in Sweden. Swedish book good made with a simple almond cookie topped with rich buttercream and dipped in chocolate. There are multiple variants with lemon and pear instead of chocolate and standard buttercream. Delicious bastard. That does sound quite good. That does sound quite good. Though, to be fair, between the dipped in chocolate and the buttercream, you could make just about any cookie sound good. No offense. I'm not usually the biggest fan of almond cookies, but that's because of my tree nut allergy. So, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of most nuts. Yes, I realize what I just said. Go ahead, make the jokes. Moving on. What do you know about your parents? You are a half-elf, after all. Am I? Octavia exclaims as if seeing herself. You know, I think you might be right. I'm rather slim and tall, and I can see well in dim light. She raises her hands and touches ears. And they are a bit pointy. Yes, I am definitely a half-elf. So let's think about it logically. My mother was an elf, my father was a human, or the other way around, and my mother was a... Finally, Octavia can't take it anymore and bursts into laughter, having spoiled her own act. So yeah, you know as much about my parents as I do, she says as her laughter subsides. Got it, you can't stand these nuts. Correct. Do you remember how you were enslaved? Oh, I clearly remember the man who took me from my home. Big, with a huge pot belly, a shaggy beard. I was afraid he would eat me. Octavia shrugs. Anyway, he didn't stay with me long. He gave me to his slaver accomplices, and I never saw him again. When my mother was giving me to him, she was crying. I could barely hear her quiet voice, but I can't recall her words or the... Sorry, burp there. Or the face behind her tears, just that lavender smell. It kept tickling my nose, and I wanted to sneeze. Did my mother sell me into slavery? But then why was she crying? And if she didn't want me to be a slave, why didn't she try to save me? Octavia twirls her hair, pondering over the thought, and then sighs. Just another riddle from my past that I don't care to solve. Nonetheless, it must be horrible being unable to recall your childhood. Oh, I recall my childhood in rather bright details. Spent in a dirty barracks, wearing flea-infested rags, and sleeping on a straw mattress instead of a proper bed. Though I understand what you mean. To be honest, I'm not sure I want to remember a childhood before slavery. If I could remember what I'd lost, it'd probably just be even more painful. She shakes her head several times and makes herself smile again. so it's good that I don't remember much of anything. Alright, how was your time when you were being forced to be a slave? I don't like recalling it, but if you insist, she frowns. The slavers of the League tried to ruin my life. All they managed was to ruin my childhood. And how did you end up in the Stolen Lands? My enslavers from the Technic League funded a large expedition into these lands, nearly 100 agents, tens of slaves, multiple wagons. We were to search for some ancient artifact or ancient ruin, she shrugs. Our group never even made it to the hideout. Along the way, it was attacked by the future owner of the Stolen Lands himself, and I'll be forever grateful to him for it. Octavia winks cheerfully. Have you had many masters over the years? Oh yes, many. Some owned me for a few years, others felt they had enough of me in a couple of months. Trust me, I did all I could to make every master eager to get rid of me. A slave that's trained in magic is a rather expensive thing, so they couldn't just kill me. At least, that was the hope. Honestly, I'm half unsure at times if she's passive-aggressive, jokey, or just weird. I'll be quite honest, I mean, it's a trauma response. Like, her trauma response is to be a brat and to constantly be flighty, basically. The only thing that's constant in her life is Ragongar, and that's it. So I drooled, I played an idiot, I listened to every new master argue with my former one trying to return me. Sometimes I punctured the pages of their magic books that I was forced to copy with a quill. Other times I pretended to mix up the spells, so instead of lighting a magic torch, I set dozens of dancing lights floating just below the ceiling. Of course, most of these tricks of mine usually ended badly. I was punished on a regular basis. My back still remembers the whips, though all the scars of those times are long gone. And how did you learn to use magic? Oh, that I was taught by Janusz of Starfall, one of the most famous wizards in all of Numeria. Maestro Janusz, as he insisted on calling himself. Ah yes, Janusz the Douche. A city just as brutal and harsh as the unforgiving Numerian land it is capital of, the place is a mockery of the soft capitals of the south, with a level of decadence that would put even Taldor to shame. This decadence is surrounded by the filthing reek of human misery, and it is here that the Black Sovereign, Kevoth Cool, rules at the whim of the Technic League, while the rest of the city suffers his harsh rule. Octavia's voice overflows with contemptuous sarcasm. Anyone would be happy to learn from such a great master, and only a talentless bitch like myself would dare to reject his teachings and indulge in her laziness. At least that is what Maestro Janusz used to repeat constantly while whipping knowledge into my back. The great Maestro was a big fan of punishment. Octavia's lips press into a thin line. The Technic League didn't care if a few slaves died under the whip, as long as Maestro Janusz provided an arcane-trained one in return. Officially, there is no slavery in Numeria, but the Technic League is above any and all laws. A slave with an aptitude for the arcane is worth far more than a regular one. A slave's repertoire is limited to the most simplest and safest of spells, of course. And that also means that they would have a preference for people who practice wizardry over sorcery, because with wizards, you can control exactly what spells they know. With a sorcerer, yeah, you might have only taught him how to use his magic to cast basic cantrips, but he might wake up one day, throw a temper tantrum, and suddenly spew fire from his mouth. You don't know how that sorcerer is going to develop his skills. Iron God's character was a former Technic League slave. Ah, I mean, it's a good backstory, good way to introduce conflict, good way for the DM to be like, I need an encounter. I don't have anything prepared. Oh, your former master has sent a party to track down one of your party members because he used to be a slave. Here, fight him. Did you try running away? That is a silly question. Of course I tried. As soon as any of us saw even the tiniest opportunity to get free, Reg and I grabbed for it. On one occasion, we jumped from a cart into a river. There was a time when we spent weeks trying to dismantle the far wall of the barracks and get a way out. Sometimes we attacked our guards when they least expected it. We craved freedom. We lived only to dream of it. Those short days, sometimes weeks, that we spent on the run were the happiest days of my life. We hid in the woods, blended in with the crowd on the streets of Starfall. Midnight stars were the guiding lights. We shared our dream with them to reach the river kingdoms, for in this land were neither slaves nor masters. We were starving, freezing, but that was real. It's just too bad it ended so soon. We did read the River Kingdom's description. The Technic League always found us in the end. I don't know how. They probably used magic, or maybe it was just our fate. They whipped us, returned us to the masters, or sold us to new ones. The old ones refused to pay. So we were slaves again. But the dream of the River Kingdoms never left. And they hurt you? Figured that out, didn't you? She narrows her eyes. Or maybe you want to hear all about the beatings I survived, the humiliations I endured. Imagine the worst thing that one person can do to another and multiply it tenfold. That is what happened to me every day as a slave. Masters. Oh, how I hate that word. Octavia shakes her head furiously, making the locks of her hair dance. They punished because they wanted to hurt. But what hurt even more was the mere fact of their existence. Let's talk about something else. Octavia stops you, gently taking your hand. Listen, I want to tell you. She sighs and shakes her head as if trying to collect her thoughts. The Technic League's agents you rescued us from. Reg and I have tried to run away multiple times. They have always managed to find us. I have no reason to hope that this time they've lost track of us for good. I would make a lewd joke about masters and so on, but I doubt you'd be a fan of that. Yeah. Like, if I recall correctly from some of her later conversations, Octavia's fine with, shall we say, pain in the bedroom. She is not fine with, like, what we would consider traditional BDSM, like, nomenclature. She is not a fan of that at all. Octavia must not have a strong imagination considering the Whirlwind is just a border next to Numeria. To be fair, from the sound of it, the only part of Numeria she ever really saw was Starfall, which that's about as, from the sound of it, that's about as far away from any of that kind of stuff in Numeria as you can get. I never throw away valuable resources, nor people who are under my protection. I will ensure that they will not get you and you will be able to live your lives as you see fit. Octavia's glance becomes a bit sharper. So that's what I am. A resource, a valuable thing that can be used anytime you wish. She sighs and tightens her lips. I thank you for your help, but you should consider your attitude towards me and the others. I consider you my traveling companions and my compatriots. But in the end, what we all are resources. Until we prove otherwise. Luckily, I consider most of this group to have already done so. But I'm not going to mitigate my language to make you feel better. Suddenly she frowns in contemplation. Still, I'd like to find them first. What exactly is your relationship with Ragungar? Oh, she shrugs awkwardly. We're together, she answers simply. The way you said we're together sounds a bit unconvincing. Is something wrong? Oh, you've noticed. I didn't mean it like that. Oh, gods, now I'll have to explain. She shakes her head. I'm not sure how to put it. You see, Reg seems to treat me like property. He's always kind to me, and he feels good when we travel together or when we share a blanket at the campsite, but he always calls me my Octavia, and I have told him over and over that I do not belong to anyone, that I am my own, and that I stay by him with my own free will. He just grins when I say that, and I bet he likes to think that I'm his. Never mind, though. We'll sort it out ourselves, somehow. Octavia shakes her head, making the troubling thoughts go away. And when did you meet Reg? Oh, years ago, while I was studying magic with Maestro Janusz. Reg was one of his students too, though you couldn't actually say he was really studying anything. Reg has his own way of casting spells. He never needed the Maestro's instructions. Unlike Wizard, Reg draws his power directly from his innate bloodline. Janusz didn't realize the nature of Reg's powers when he took the young boy in as a student, and when he finally understood them, he just taught the negligent half-orc to control it and to avoid harming himself or others. Reg and I have been together ever since. We could both use magic, but more importantly, we both craved freedom. We used to vow to give each other that someday we'd break free from this captivity or die trying together. She gives you a warm smile. I guess it's good we only fulfilled the first part of that vow. You owe him a lot, then. She winces. I don't owe anything to anybody. Everything I do of my own free will. But to answer your question, Reg has done a lot for me. I can't count how many times he was whipped by the Masters because of me. How many times he took the blame for what I did. He never complained when they dragged him, beat him, covered in blood, to the slave barracks. He just groaned, clenched his fists, while I bandaged his wounds with the scraps of my own clothing. We have been together my whole life. As slaves and as free people, I would not be me if not for him. And the fact he's so impulsive doesn't bother you. That is a delicate matter, she winces, looking away. Reg means a lot to me, and he's endured a lot for my sake, but some parts of him scare me. He becomes extremely bloodthirsty when it comes to slavers. Don't get me wrong, I hate them with all my heart, and I would do all I could to cleanse the world of them, but Reg, he'd do anything, understand? Absolutely anything. And I'm afraid that anger might kill everything that's good in him. I've tried to talk to him about it many times, but he just won't listen. He becomes even angrier after those conversations. She sighs sadly. Sounds a bit incompatible. Well, it's the fundamental difference between chaotic good and chaotic evil. Reg has allowed his rage to fully consume him, so he has no problem with just brutal murder at the drop of a hat if need be. That's the romance path. We don't need that. So you two worship Callistria, correct? Yes, many slaves survived only thanks to their faith. Some lived hoping for a day when a good deity would deliver them. Some even offered deals to the evil gods. But me and Reg, Callistria has taught us the most important things. To expect no gifts from above, to rely upon ourselves, and to never forgive those who wronged us. But at the same time, to savor every droplet of pleasure that we can squeeze from our bleak days. Yeah, we've read Callistria's lore dump. I am surprised, given your hardships, you remain so cheerful and optimistic. Her smile fades a bit. I try not to view my life as a never-ending course of sufferings. I've had my share of hard times, but why dwell on them? Well, after all, along with all the bad things, I had many a good. I had a dream, I followed it, and it came true. Following that path, I met Reg, and now you, I am free and surrounded by friends. Octavia's voice trembles with hidden emotions, but her smile remains warm and sincere. Are you looking for a way to find the Technic League agents? I broke free from the slavery thanks to you, and I've obtained everything that I've dreamed of so far, my freedom and the opportunity to control my own life. I want to use this opportunity to fight the Technic League, at least the part of it that operates here in the Stolen Lands, and I wish to free the slaves from the Technic League masters. She gives you a warm smile and touches your hand. I do believe that while we're together, we can achieve a lot, even this. All right. And finally, Reg. What do you want? Have a little chat, all right? It's not like we got anything better to do. All right, Reg, tell me about yourself. What's there to know? I was born, I'm alive, and I'm not dead yet. That enough? What about your childhood? He scowls. That is a crap question. I was a kid when they sold me. Before that, I don't remember much. Smoky fires, stinky hides, bumping on a horse. I think I was born to one of the Kellid tribes of Numeria. There's many. Some survive on their own, some give up their pride and serve the League. Mine must have been one of the cowards if they sold their own damn kid. I remember my father's hands, rough, scarred, white. So I guess I got the green skin from my mother, but I don't remember her at all. I remember playing with another half-orc child, a brother maybe. For some reason, they didn't sell him, just me. Father gave him his dagger to play with, never gave anything to me. I don't want to remember this. Forget it. I'm an orphan. Rigongar waves his hand wryly. I grew up a slave. That I remember well. Many things burned into my memory. Most of all, I remember her, my Octavia. Today, we're almost the same age, but back when, then she was twice as young as me, just a child, a brave one, cunning, bold, beautiful. The most beautiful girl in the world. And you worship Callistria. I never got much from the help of the gods so far, but yes, if you make me choose, I'd say Callistria. Who else would I worship? She is the savored Stig, the goddess of pleasure, fun, and revenge. And the magical powers comes from your bloodline. The hell's you talking about? You mean these? Rigongar makes lightning run over his hands with a contented smile, then snaps his fingers, invoking a shower of blinding sparks. Had 'em since I was born. At least one thing I can thank my scum parents for. Maybe these powers are why they sold me into slavery. Think they were scared? Who knows with the damn Numerians? At the Technic League, they drew my blood, they did experiments, they burned me with fire, tortured me with cold electricity, and they told me, oh, you won't believe this, that they told me I have blue dragon blood in my veins. Not bad, huh? I'm a dragon, you freaks. Come check my blood if you dare. Grinning, Rigongar strikes his palm with a fist, and then a fountain of electric sparks shoots upward. And what do your tattoos mean? They're magical. They help me control my powers. They technically gave them to me. I'd hoped that somewhere on my body there was at least one sign left by my tribe, but no. I guess they didn't care to bother. To hell with them all. They better hope I never find them. If I ever meet my father, I'll even the score between us. I must ask how you managed to use both sword and magic and not cut off your fingers. Simple. I'm just that bloody good. The hack fork gives a contented grin. Do you enjoy making people suffer, Rigongar? Why should I care if they're suffering? I do what I want, and if I step on someone's toes, then they shouldn't have put them in my way. Chasing someone down just to torture them? No. That's only entertainment for maniacs like the League. Although on second thought, I mean, for them, I'd make an exception. I'd love to watch them as I fry them nice and slow. Why do you ask? Do my methods shock you? Ragongar clenches his fist, buzzing with sparks, and laughs loudly at his own joke. See, it's baffling to me that there's no lawful evil option here. It's baffling to me that there is no lawful evil option here. Like, if I was having to make a stab at a lawful evil dialogue choice, it would be something along the lines of, what would the lawful evil option be? I'm about to get to that, Tenwin. It would very clearly be, because you can see with lawful good, it's very clearly you are a common felon. With neutral good, if you treat your enemies like that, what makes you better than them? Lawful neutral, try to control yourself of the party. I don't like meaningless atrocities. Neutral evil is I, for one, enjoy the torment of others. And chaotic evil is if someone gets in your way, it's their own fault. Lawful evil to me would be something similar to lawful neutral, but it would emphasize more the enjoyment of the act over just the meaningless atrocities angle. So let me try to speculate here. A proper lawful evil option to this conversation would be something along the lines of, so long as you are traveling with me, do keep yourself restrained until the moment of battle. But once the time comes for bloodshed, it's good to know that I have someone alongside me who's capable of taking the actions needed to ensure victory. Something along that line. Something a little more menacing than lawful neutral, but still fitting that whole, like, the finger is on the trigger, but we're not pulling the trigger just yet. Something along those lines. Which unfortunately does mean that lawful neutral is probably the closest we get. If you say so, you're the boss. We'll make sure to make all of our atrocities meaningful. I wouldn't want to upset the boss. See, but his response still kind of fits for a lawful evil dialogue if I had been able to say what I wanted to say. So it still works. Tell me about your life in Numeria. You mean my life as a slave? Didn't see much except for the barracks and their twisted laboratories. You said something about your tribe selling you, correct? Sold by my own tribe while I was a little brat. The half-orc clenches his teeth, then spits on the ground and steps on it with his boot. Grew up in the slave barracks, raised to be sold like a damn animal. They tried to break me. They picked the wrong one. No matter how much you beat this animal, he only gets angrier. The half-orc punches himself in the chest and snarls. And why did your masters even bother teaching you how to control your magic? Can't you guess? It's in my blood, that's why they bought me. I wasn't raised as some lowly mop slave, I'm a murder machine. I fetch quite a nice sum of gold, if I do say so myself. You might also ask if they knew. I'd take the first opportunity to rip their own guts out using everything they taught me. Of course they did, but that's the Technic League. They calculate risk. Octavia kept pretending to be simple-minded so they wouldn't expect anything from her, but I made every effort. Oh, they didn't teach me much. What was there to teach? It's not book magic, it just comes to me. They made me practice with my sword more, but I did my best at everything. I studied all I could. They knew they were raising an enemy, but they thought they could keep me on a short leash or sell me to someone with deep pockets to be someone else's problem. Who won in the end? Who's free? And who will bury them all? He makes an obscene gesture to the northwesterly direction towards Numeria. And what else do you see beyond your life in chains? What else could I have seen? When we ran, we went through Starfall. Fine city, big, loud, merchants, things to see, things to steal. But I didn't have much chance to walk around. It's the nest of the sodding Technic League. We were focused on getting out alive. Met some barbarians, asked them who might know what tribe I'm from, but they didn't know any damn thing. I didn't have any of the tribal tattoo markings. Nothing. Actually, they are alright, I suppose. Some of them. The Blood Pikes. They're great. All the rivers are theirs. We sailed with them during one of our escapes. Almost made it to Brevoy. They didn't even turn us in. Oh, but the White Scars got us after that. Those guys are shit. They sold their entire pride to the Technic League. Oh, and one more thing. One time Octavia and I tried to escape. We stumbled across a Numerian monster. That I'll never forget. Huge spider, size of the house, made of fucking metal, spitting fire, shooting deadly rays all around. They could probably tear a dragon to pieces. Ruined our damn escape plan, too. We had to go back. Note, the Blood Pikes are river bandits. Yes, but that probably means they have more in common with the River Kingdoms than they do a lot of other places, and one of the River Kingdoms' outstanding cultural features is an abject despisement of slavery. Which is probably why they were at least somewhat willing. Also, it wouldn't surprise me if they are river bandits. Rigongar and Octavia probably fought alongside them on a few raids. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. And how did you and Octavia try to escape? What do you think? Of course we tried. Stop counting how many times. We jumped from windows, we dug tunnels, we choked out guards, or seduced them. That happened too. Those dirtbags got us every time. Every bloody time. My back's still covered in scars. Luckily, we were prized property. They spent too much gold on us to just kill us. Anyone else would have been hung and forgotten. But they kept trying to break us to recoup the expense. I don't know whether I would have survived by sheer stubbornness if it weren't for her. I probably couldn't have. I would have just given up and died eventually. But I had to pull my girl out of that meat grinder, and she believed in me. She had enough hope for the both of us. When I lay there with my back slashed to pieces, and she would tell me of the River Kingdoms, where there's no slavery, where everyone can go as they want and take what they want. I'll be damned, but I thought she was just making this up to keep our hopes alive. Now it turns out to be true. All of it, every last word, no chains, no slaves, no laws, just live and be happy. So slavery is legal in Numeria? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Technically there are laws against it, but even in Starfall, a third of the people live in bondage. That's the capital. In regions where the Black Sovereign's hand doesn't reach, they hold tribal customs instead of laws. The barbarians don't keep slaves. Instead, they have thralls. Big, bloody fucking difference. On top of all that mess, of course, is the League. Law and custom mean nothing to those slime balls. They just take whatever and whoever they want. So what exactly is a relationship with Octavia? My Octavia and I don't have a relationship. We have a life together. And how do you mean that? When we were kids, we were taken as apprentices by the great spellmaster Janusz. Maestro Janusz, as he called himself. He was our teacher. Well, he made Octavia read books and memorize spells. My magic's innate. He trained me a bit, taught me how to control it so I wouldn't lose control and incinerate myself like a dumbass. Oh, teacher, we will meet again. There is one more test I must pass. But you were asking about my Octavia. We've been together all our lives. We learned everything together, how to weave magic, how to survive. As we grew older, we learned how to love. Without each other, we would have never gotten out of there, that's for damn sure. We would have given up and surrendered, but together, that's a different story. Not the first time, not the 10th, but we made it out. Why do you call her yours? She doesn't seem to appreciate that very much. My girl loves freedom so much, even the slightest chance of losing it frightens her. She's so damn smart. You really think she feels like I'm trying to make her mine, like an apple taken at a market? Me, who was skinned alive for trying to help her escape. If she's afraid of the word mine, it's because she doesn't understand the difference between my boots and my heart. But she'll understand. Sooner or later. And you and Octavia are faithful to each other. Octavia and I are connected, and this connection can't be broken. We grew into each other. Jealousy is for cowards who don't trust each other and are scared of being tricked. If a knight on the side threatens your love, that just means there was no love there to begin with. She and I are together, to the end, and we'll never part. So when she likes some lad or lass, it's no drama to me. I just ask her whether she wants me to leave him alone or join in. She does the same. What, you judging us? Or maybe you just want to join us in the tent, huh? I'm not here to judge, just curious. Well, you asked and I answered. When you pry into others' lives, don't be surprised if you find something that'll keep you up at night. Nonetheless, thank you for your answers. So long. If you want to know anything else, ask. Don't be shy. Just don't go pale when I answer. All right. We can now finally go talk to Oleg and leave. I don't think there's anything else we need to pick up or drop off. Nope. It's time for Act 1 to come to an end. We've talked to all of our companions, except for Harim, who refuses to talk until we get to Act 2. We've dealt everything with Boken. Oh, right. Wait, no, I wanted to turn that in. Yeah, let's go do that first. Okay, so we just need to rest because we're... Well, actually, do we need to even bother to rest? We already dropped everything off and we're not expecting to fight anybody. I mean, it's not like we're short on time, so... We can rest. Go grab the party. We'll go turn in that quest, get some extra experience points. Again, we still... No, we're not even... We're nowhere close to level 6. Nowhere close to level 6. All right, let's just grab our people. And then we're going to go... Where was he? Nettles Crossing. There we go. Go turn that in. I'm pretty sure all we get from this is experience and his... I think it's like a special +1 sword. Or no, pipe or spear or something like that.
What is this?
Ah, there we go. So we did fail the perception check over here. Sweet. More loot. Never going to say no to that. Thank you. And then he was... Yep, there he is. Stag Lord dead. Pharasma awaits. Farewell, Terendi. You freed an innocent soul from eternal torment. Yours is a truly noble thing. Tristan lowers his head and begins whispering a prayer. The corpse finally crumples to the ground. And a short spear +1. Yep, that's all it was. I mean, 300 experience points still isn't bad. If you take that from the perspective of the fact that we have shared experience on for the entire party, that's actually quite a lot of experience across the board. Wasn't that corpse the dad? No, the druid was the dad. Nura, the druid that we brutally murdered inside the Stag Lord's fort. That was the Stag Lord's father. He was already driven half mad by the Stag Lord's constant tortures. All right, who's getting in my way? We're just finishing the last of these quests.
Better ones.
Oh, so a couple remnants of the Stag Lord's gang. Okay. Sup, guys? Are you here to avenge your lord or some stupid shit? Get fucked. 2 bandits with, let's see here, 3 gold for that, 2 gold for that, 2 gold for that, and 100 for that. Sweet. Thank you for the master. Thank you for the composite longbow. Your deaths were literally worth just over 100 gold. But no, that was Davik Nettle. He's just the bridge keeper who ran the toll bridge that was over on the river. Lord Brownbear, I don't suppose there's anything else about Davik Nettle from the actual tabletop campaign supplement, but I highly doubt it. He's just another example of the way curses are weird in this area. One of the 6 river freedoms is something about not putting up tolls. Some locals would probably blame Davik for what happened to him. Except, if I recall, Lord Brownbear, it's you can't put a toll up for traveling on a river. Not necessarily for crossing one. The tolls is only to prevent people from using the rivers essentially as roads. Because the Riverlands has more rivers than it does roads. So, that's kind of the thing.
Far.
And to be fair, it's a toll to cross the river. So essentially, it's a toll to use the road, not a toll to use the river, which means it doesn't technically violate the 6 river freedoms. Also need to go ahead and just sell off all of that. Oh, good. It put the put that over there. We don't need the short spear. That's another 600 gold. Thank you. Yep, that's another 883 gold we made from those guys. Very nice. And then lastly, since we are going to be traveling, let's go ahead and pull up the craft magic items. Is there anything I want to upgrade before we're done with Act 1? Is the question. Let's go to Wondrous Items. We could upgrade one of our belts. We could upgrade Boots of Elvenkind. We don't have any gloves. Another river freedom is keep what you hold, meaning that from the perspective of people who follow the freedoms, robbery is an honest trade, larceny is not. Yep. As I said, the Riverlands are a very chaotic realm, which is part of the reason my character is here. The Riverlands as a whole may be chaotic, but not this kingdom. I will hold to most of the river freedoms. After all, I am lawful and I must respect the culture of this land. But I'm also a follower of Abadar, and we're going to be bringing civilization to this place whether they want it or not. Correct. You keep what you hold. The bandits are a perfectly acceptable way of life, except for the fact that they're attacking my people, in which case I'm going to murder all of them. Every single one. I don't think there's much else of those that I really want. Lawful evil, if in charge, technically doesn't need to keep to laws if they can make their own. Yes, but lawful also likes to, it tends to have a respect for culture and tradition. If the tradition, for example, Tenwin, if the tradition is that there is no slavery in the River Kingdoms, my character will do everything in his power to ensure that there is no slavery in his kingdom. If that happens to include such things as, well, we could sell you into slavery as punishment, or I could just execute you and take all of your possessions. I'm gonna execute you and take all of your possessions. Oh, you're a slaver moving through my territory? Well, guess what? Your life is forfeit, as is all of your assets. Plus, this is a new country we're founding, Tenwin. We need settlers, and freeing slaves to use as new settlers is also not a bad idea. Courts are for kings. There are laws, true, but when you're in a king's court, you play by their rules. The region doesn't have any laws of indentured servitude. Does the River Kingdom? I don't know. I have to ask Lord Brombower about that one. I do not know. So I am thinking to start off with boosting the Amulet of Mighty Fists might be the best idea. 3,000 gold. That'll take the enhancement bonus up to +2 for both attack and damage rolls, which getting more consistent damage for our Gish would be quite beneficial. The alternative would be to go for the belt. Can we get our strength belt up to... No, we can't. Even a level 3 is still too much for her. We could go over to Regon... Did I give it to Regongar? I did. I could spend 1,500 gold to add +2 strength to his belt of mighty constitution. You aren't enslaved peasant, you're just working off a debt. That's all. Again, to be fair, we are founding a new country, so attracting settlers is something we're definitely going to have to do. Or at least, I mean, we don't do it as part of a game mechanic, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to role play what my character believes in regards to this. You get what I'm saying. If I do put that on the Belt of Mighty Constitution, then it would probably be better to then equip it on a Miri, because a Miri would be the better choice there, because +2 to strength and +2 to constitution. Very good for her. The other thing I could be doing as well, though, what we really kind of need is, yeah, getting, not gloves. No, not gloves. Why am I on gloves? Boots. Getting boots of speed, something that increases our movement speed, is very good. And we can already get, we do have enough arcana to get a Swiftfoot boots that increases movement speed by 10. But the max for the end of the game is 30, but we're nowhere near that. Plus it requires a caster level of 17. That's going to take a while. Again, for right now, I think I'm going to avoid crafting anything. We don't quite have the funds for it. We're going to be using a lot of these funds to help get our capital established. This land does not acknowledge any slave claim of any nation regarding individual within our borders. Exactly. So if the Technic League shows up, suddenly their slaves are considered free. And we just kill the Technic League slavers, we take all their gear, and then it's a win-win for everyone except the Technic League, but I'm fine with that. Fuck them. And hell, because the Technic League is basically a non-governmental organization from another country, I can claim that it's Numeria trying to fuck with my borders and fuck with my people. So, you know, totally legitimate use of self-defense. That's the other advantage of a D&D realm is I might be king, but I am also essentially a military commander / actual member of the military, so I could just kill people. You have these free civilians in chains? That is very illegal. Exactly, Ted. See, you're starting to get it now. You're starting to get it. A recurring joke in our Iron Gods campaign is that non-Technic League gang criminals would greet each other with "fuck the Technic League." That makes sense. That makes sense. I feel like that's also something the Riverlands would do. Like, yeah, sure, I'm a bandit who burned down that farmstead the other day, but fuck slavery. God damn. I mean, I say that as a joke, but unironically, that is kind of what the Riverlands do. Like, the Riverlands really don't give a shit as far as their bandit problem. but God help you if you take slaves. The entirety of the River Kingdoms will come down on you like a bag of bricks. All right, rest off awaits. That was the end of our adventure. All that was left is those stupid frogmen that we weren't able to take on because they have one dude who has a like plus 30 to his attack. I may have killed that man, but he died free. Yep. Well, the fog seems to be thinning. We'd wait until it burns off completely. In the meantime, I'll gather supplies for your journey to make sure you can enjoy the trip back to Resto. When we eventually do the dogmatic playthrough, we have to insist that our character exits every conversation with Emperor Protects or something of the sort. Ah, yes.
Good work. Nice to see I haven't lost my intuition for people. Not many would have managed to set out to the Stolen Lands and return with the Stag Lord's head, but I knew you could handle it.
You'll let me keep the helmet though, right? Amiri's already grown really attached to it, and you don't want to try taking that from her. That would be a bad idea. The last thing I need is for her to break one of your guys' arms.
Congratulations are in order. Today, you'll receive the title of Baron before the High Society of Restov, and even Natala Sertova personally. God's bless her. Tomorrow, you'll be able to return to the Stolen Lands if you wish, but this time as a ruler.
Natala Sertova, sister of King Noleski, one of the most influential politicians in Brevoy.
But matters of state can wait. For now, enjoy this feast in your honor. All the city leaders are here. It's a great opportunity to make some useful connections.
Isn't there a tech priest that does this in the form of Praise the Omnicide? Most of them do. At least when they're communicating anything of official importance. Abelard, any updates? No, List Captain. Very well then, the Emperor protects.
Speaking of connections, let me introduce you to Kasil Eldori. He's my adopted son and apprentice. He's a trustworthy man. I'd like to send him with you as an envoy.
Kasil, a young half-orc with impeccable poise, performs a textbook-perfect bow. For some reason, I have never liked his portrait. The more Sega is a demand for Savani to keep into that role. We'll see. We'll see. Emperor protects. There's a few other phrases you can use as well. It's the hair, I think. Like that, for some reason, he looks like... He just straight up looks like someone took a portrait of a half-orc and then purposely gave him a completely different hairstyle than he would actually have. Like, I don't know why. It just doesn't look right on his head. It just doesn't look right. It looks like they stuck an orc head on a human body. Almost. Well, do remember, he is a sword lord, so he's not going to be as big and bulky as some, because he is going to be more trained in a finesse of fighting style. I think it's more that he looks as if he smelled a really nasty fart. That's just... This is going to sound really bad. That's just how half-orcs kind of look, Tedwin. It's just... Oh, great. Here we go. The fantasy racism is kicking in. And what kind of game are you playing, Lady Jamandi? I think I have a right to know.
Yes, you certainly have that right. But tell me, how well do you know Brevoy's history or the current political atmosphere? It won't be an easy explanation.
Makes sense that his build would be more agile, but being a half-orc, there should be more natural bulk. I mean, yes, not disagreeing with that, but again, it's not. It's more just the head that it's the hair that draws my attention. I don't know why. All right, what do I need to know about the current history of Brevoy?
What's now called Brevoy was originally two different countries, Rostland and Issia. 200 years ago, they were stuck in constant squabbles. Then, Coral the Conqueror showed up and united the two states into one. Such diplomatic tricks are easy to manage when you have dragons at your disposal.
Yeah, Rostland, I believe we already read this. Yeah, gained political control of the region since the disappearance of Brevoy's ruling house in 4699. And one of the two former nations that now compose Brevoy, the pirate nation of Issia, was known and feared along the length of the Selen River. Perched on the edge of the Lake of Mists and Veils, Issia has been an unforgiving geography that forced its people to be cunning and brutal to survive.
The so-called noble houses of Brevoy, mainly Sertova, Orlovsky, and Lebeda, once ruled over Issia. We, the Eldori, ruled Rostland. The royal house Rogarvia, founded by Coral the Conqueror, forced us into obedience. But 200 years isn't long enough to make peace with such a troubled history. Even 2,000 years wouldn't be enough for us to accept Issian rule. Brevoy is a country held together by a thread, and that thread grows ever weaker.
Yeah, in classic feudal monarchy fashion, House Regarvia managed to unite a realm, but didn't actually do anything about uniting the portions of that realm that had been separate countries beforehand. Big shocker that now that they're gone, everything's falling apart. I do believe we read Sertova. Yes, it talks about being pirates and brigand. Orlovsky patrols northeastern Brevoy from the Eagle's Watch on Mount Veshka. They try to rise above the petty political maneuvers of their fellows as staunch allies of the now disappeared House Regarvia. This has landed them in a prickly situation. If Lord Pol Orlovsky chooses to rebel against House Sertova, they could potentially align with House Gares and House Medived. These three houses could disrupt supply and travel routes between House Sertova's two power bases, Port Ice and New Stettin. House's motto is High Above. And House Lebeda, based in the southwest of Lake Raikal in Brevoy, controlling the plains and significant portions of Lake Shipping. They are considered to be the Brevik noble family that epitomizes Rosslyn, having significant Taldan blood, an appreciation for fine things, and a love of sword fighting. The family motto is Success Through Grace. Thinking on it, you could be a quarter orc or some shit. Yeah, that's entirely possible. And what do I need to know about the current political atmosphere?
We, the Aldori and the great noble houses, spent 200 years under the rule of invaders, the royal house Rogarvia. We plotted, we schemed, we stabbed each other in the back, but open confrontation was out of the question. But a few years ago, House Rogarvia disappeared. No one knows how or why, but one day, their manors were just empty, and the force that held Brevoy together, that kept us from a bloody feud, ceased to be. Brevoy is currently ruled by the House Sertova, the former kings of Issia, but their power pales in comparison to that of House Rogarvia when they were here. So now Sertova and Aldori stand facing each other, staring each other in the eye, waiting for the other to draw their sword. It's an untenable situation. No one wants a civil war that would drown Brevoy in blood, but peace between us is also out of the question.
And what role do I and my new barony play in your plans, Lady Jemandi?
Rustland wants to regain its independence, and we will regain it. The power the Issians hold over us is humiliating and costly, and the Sertovas won't give us our freedom without a fight. That is, unless there is some external power that can force everyone to sit down and talk. Do you see where this is going? The stolen lands are disputed territory. Brevoy can't appropriate them without raising protests from each of the neighboring states. However, if some brave people were to found independent states on that land, it would be another matter entirely. My hope is that you and your future neighbors, Baron Hannes Drelev and Captain Maegor Varn, will become our allies. But even your neutrality would introduce a powerful counterbalance to the aggression of the noble houses. Maybe, with your help, the inevitable division of Brevoy can occur without too much pain.
One of the competitors who successfully completed Jemandi Eldori's task and received a barony as a reward. Right, Maegor Varn. He's also part of the DLC. I don't know if I'll do the DLC on stream. I might just do it off stream and speedrun it, because I know that completing it does have a few knock-on effects in the main campaign, but I'll be honest, I've played through the Varnhold Vanishing DLC before, and it's all right, but I don't particularly like it. The main thing I like is the dynamic between you playing the second in command rather than the main character, between you being the second in command, his chief advisor, who's a lawful evil wizard, and Maegor Varn himself, who is just your classic chaotic good fighter. Fighter, rogue, whatever he is, I don't remember. Sure, nobody wants that. Yeah, no, like, you can tell. I have a friend with a high tolerance for CRPG nonsense, and she hated it. Oh, yeah, no. I distinctly remember some of the combat in that DLC being absolutely horrendous. The fact that most of your mercenaries that you have to hire, because the only three, like, fully optimized characters is your character that you build, Maegor Varn, and whoever the wizard is. I can't remember his name. You'd probably explode if you tried going through it. I did once, and I don't recall having a very good time. Again, I liked the character interactions. I liked Maegor Varn. I liked his wizard. I liked the main character and their conversation choices. I like all that. I like that it provides more context to late Act 3 and most of Act 4, but the actual gameplay of that DLC is infuriating. And so I will probably do it off stream unless you guys really want me to do it on stream. I will do it off stream at some point. At that point, I'll probably just go into Toy Box and turn on the I always roll 20s rule and just go from there. Nah, yeah. No, I do want to have it completed because, again, it does contribute some loot in the later portions of the game that I like to get a hand on, and it does have an impact on the final, outcome of the region when you get to the end of the game. So I do want to have that. I just don't necessarily want to go through it on stream. Oh, and I'm already going to say, Wrath of the Righteous's version of their main DLC, the I don't remember what it's called, I can't remember, the one that has you do another separate party. I am not doing that on stream. That is a skill check hell that I refuse to participate in a second time. I will do that off stream without the salt. Oh no, Through the Ashes, that's what it's called. Oh no, I am not doing Through the Ashes on stream. No, that is just an infinite well of salt. That entire DLC is based on skill checks. That entire DLC, even when you optimize, is a complete shit show of RNG. I refuse. The second half will absolutely hate. You see, I have not played the second half. I've only played the first half. I only played the first half and I hated it. I fucking hated it. It was not good. It was not good. I was salty the entire time. I looked up a guide for suggestions on how to optimize a party for that DLC, and I still hated it. Worse than Beast of Winter? About on par, but lacking all of the good story beats that Beast of Winter had with, now I can't remember, the god of winter. Like all the good conversation options and the interesting implications of the God of Entropy. Just take all of that interesting stuff out and imagine that I had done that DLC and it had literally been 100% salt. It's meant to be a resource-tight survival situation. So it is quite literally not what you should do for a CRPG. You can do that with an actual DM who knows what they're doing to set up a survival adventure. An actual DM could run that really well. A CRPG, no matter how well designed, cannot. It is too unforgiving with the way dice rolls work in CRPGs. It is just, no. I distinctly remember playing the first part, and I distinctly remember hating it. I will play it off stream. I'll see how it affects the story, but I will not be touching that on stream. No. Absolutely not. Moving on. If the whole game was centered on the concept at work, but you are actively not even rewarding for winning fights. Yes, you're not rewarded for winning fights, and even most of the skill checks you're not rewarded for, even for doing well in them. It's literally just a case of, yeah, pass the skill check or massive problems. Always massive problems. No reward, just survival and massive problems. And I'm sorry, it doesn't work. I don't like it. Moving on. All right, that's enough for that. That is far in the future. That is far in the future. We got to get through Clair Obscura before we even get to Wrath of the Righteous. Do the Sword Lords not have any other foreign allies capable of playing this role? The River Kingdom seems a hotbed for political discussions of this nature.
We hope to get some help from the Myvani Aldori, the descendants of the Sword Lords who have fled from Coral's rage to build a new nation in the south. But the Isians know this well, and are doing everything they can to deny us this help. I won't go into details, but if my intelligence is correct, if a civil war starts in Brevoy, Myvan will be too occupied with its own inner troubles to interfere.
Outcat does have a bit of a 50-50 with DLCs, huh? Only in regards to mechanics. Story-wise, solid. Like, interesting character interactions, solid. Their roguelike DLCs tend to be really good, actually, because their combat encounters are actually both designed to be difficult, but also you are told up front, this is designed as a combat encounter. When you do it, take it from the perspective of pure combat, which is fine. It's only in regards to when they try to shake things up, quote unquote, that you have problems. Now, some of that is to be expected. They're trying out new things. Not everything works. I get that. But that also does not mean I'm just going to claim, oh, well, they didn't mean for it to be bad, so it's not bad. No, I don't like it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I don't like it. That doesn't mean I don't like Owlcat. That doesn't mean I don't appreciate what they're trying to do. It just means I don't like it. And to be fair, Tenwin, from everything I've heard of the Rogue Trader DLCs, the Rogue Trader DLCs are by and large really well regarded, both in stories and in mechanics. So I think Owlcat has gotten better with that over time. It'll be interesting to see what else they make for the Rogue Trader DLC, because I think we still have, what, 2, 3 of those left to go? But hey, so far so good with them. It'll be a while before we get back to that. Some difficulty spikes, but yeah. Well, to be fair, that's to be expected because the DLCs fuck with the leveling curve in every Owlcat game. Wrath of the Righteous and Kingmaker especially. The only downside is that you now reach max level far before the game ends. Exactly. Although, to be fair, I do kind of like that because it is nice to have a little bit more time to use max power abilities. Like, say what you will about the low level cap in Baldur's Gate 3, it does at least let you be like, hey, I've got my max power. Let me enjoy it rather than, congrats, you've reached max level 5 minutes before the final boss. Also, Mivon, what is this? One of the more stable of the River Kingdoms, it began as a refuge for the Eldori sword lords who fled Rosslyn during the rule of Coral the Conqueror. Many sword lords settled here in Mivon, bringing with them the experience and knowledge of the ancient discipline of the sword lords. Warriors from as far away as Garund make pilgrimages to Mivon to study these secrets. To earn the right to stay, the applicant must pass a series of increasingly difficult duels. And there's the ad. Okay, so we're going to hold here for the next 2.5 minutes while that plays. And then we have 1 hour left in stream, so we'll be able to get the very beginning of Act 2, which will mainly be wandering around our city, picking up random loot, finding side quests, and getting all that ready. Oh, right, we're going to have the Tiefling join us at the start of Act 2 as well, our kineticist. Oh, which means we have to deal with her quest fairly early. Fuck. I don't like that quest. It tells you to leave everybody else behind because it's just you and the Tiefling, and that's annoying. Probably was quite good you didn't stream yesterday. Hollow Knight Silksong broke Steam. It broke Nintendo. It broke GOG. It broke Xbox Live. Like, I'm not even a as somebody who didn't play Hollow Knight and somebody who wasn't looking for Silksong because I didn't have any incentive to, it was fucking hilarious watching it from the outside, though. Pass the fucking popcorn. That was quite good, I will admit. Like, I'm not ruling it out entirely. Maybe at some point in the future, I'll buy Hollow Knight and give it a shot. But I have enough on my plate right now. I have enough on my plate right now. We will get to that when we get to that. But yeah, Silksong broke Steam. It broke everything. I'm very happy for them, though. Gaming journalism, just straight up, just put the shotgun in your mouth as far as how people view you. Putting out articles about how, oh, Silksong is only $20. Oh, how could they charge so little for their game? This is horrible. Oh my God. What is the phrase? You don't hate journalists enough? You don't hate gaming journalists enough. Like, that is not just shoot yourself in the foot bad PR. That is put the gun in your mouth and pull the trigger. You dumbasses. I have no other word for that. They were mad they didn't get a day one free copy. Fuck them. I don't care. I saw the Giga Chad memes where it was just the Silks. It was the character from Silksong's head on the Giga Chad body. And it's just like announced 4 days before the game came out. We took this long because we were having so much fun making it. It's $20, no more, no less. Also, no one pre-orders it. Everyone downloads it at once. Okay, the last part they knew that was gonna cause problems. You have to imagine that they announced that and Steam immediately went, oh God, prep the servers. This is going to go badly. If Steam of all people were not prepared for 500,000 simultaneous downloads of the same game, Because yeah, you're right, Ten. When it hit 500,000 concurrents, nobody was. Like, that was with multiple days of foreknowledge. Steam probably, yeah, I love the idea they prepped their servers to the extreme and still failed. I love the mental image of that. Steam took one look at that announcement from Team Cherry and they were like, oh God, what have you done? We're gonna make so much money off this, but oh God, what have you done? Yes, as I said, as someone on the outside watching in, this has been nothing but hilarity. Gaming journalism shooting itself in the face, Steam of all people being unable to handle it, every other game distributor platform also being unable to handle it. Yep, Nintendo, PSN, Xbox, all of them broke. It is glorious. Glorious. And the seething from people. Oh, how can Team Cherry only charge $20? They're undercutting their own staff. Don't they value what their team has made? Yes, which is why they're selling it to their fans for $20. Shut the fuck up. All right, that's all I'm going to say. We have ranted enough on this. I would like to actually begin Act 2 before we end today, or I'm just going to keep laughing at the stupidity of these people. Their own staff, their entire staff are million. Yeah, it's a small fucking team. It's a small ass fucking team, and they already made a lot of money off Hollow Knight. And what part does Restov play in this game?
Restov is a free city, proud of its independence from everyone, including the Aldori Sword Lords. But when it comes to Rostland's liberation, our goals align. This whole plan is our joint creation with Lord Mayor Yosef Selemius.
If Natala is already here, why did she let you grant me the title?
Actually, she could still intervene and disrupt the proceedings. But she's a Sertova. Their games are always complex and multi-layered. They're always looking for ways to turn defeat into victory. If
I mean, that is
decided
somewhat
to allow
admirable, you
become
have
a
to admit.
Baron, it means she already has some idea of how she can turn it to her benefit. Let's
Expedition
consider how she
33
could do so.
to their Game of the Year contender. Silk Song, the battle shall be legendary. Yeah. Although it's... See, the real question, Tenwin, is will the establishment AAA industry that runs the Game of the Year, like, announcements and stuff, oh, they're going to be so angry. You've got Expedition 33, which caused the entire AAA industry to seethe over the fact that it even exists. And now you have Silk Song, which is causing them to seethe over the fact that an indie title's getting it. They're going to, both of them will get the nomination. I am still almost convinced that the industry insiders are going to do everything in their power to ensure neither of them actually get the award. They, like, the amount of salt that is going to be going on behind the scenes on some of these people. Ooh, it's going to make my salt look like nothing. It's going to look like the Dead Sea by comparison.
Maybe she understands that Rostland will inevitably separate and she doesn't want a war. In that case, new states in the Stolen Lands give the Isians a reason to sit down and talk without losing face. But that's an optimistic view. And truth be told, it doesn't quite match up with what we've come to expect from the Sertovas.
Expedition 33, Silk Song, Peak, Blueprint, Split Fiction, KCD 2, biggest games of the year, nowhere near. Yeah. When Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is the closest out of those to being a quote-unquote AAA game after they got backing from, what is it, Deep Silver, I think is the producer. Schedule 1. I mean, that's not Game of the Year material, but I get what you're saying. It's been a big indie and what I would call double A production studios, like the guys who are on the cusp of becoming AAA. It's been a big year for them. A big year for them.
The more likely scenario is that Natala wants to win you over to her side. If war breaks out and at least one of you stabs us in the back, Rostland will be surrounded by enemies. That might be enough to bring about our downfall. But you would fall first, and your newly formed states would be left in ruin. The Isians always like to have someone around to pull their chestnuts out of the fire for them. A piece of friendly advice? Don't do business with House Sertovas, no matter what promises they make you. Any deal with the noble houses is a deal with devils.
I mean, that technically includes you, but lucky for you, I'm lawful evil, so making deals with devils is, you know, kind of part and parcel of what we do every now and then. So what happens next, Lady Jamon?
How should I know? We're in the middle of a big game. And today, you move from being merely a piece on the board to being one of the players.
Thank you for the explanation and for being more upfront than you were in the
I
past.
hope you have a better understanding of what's at stake.
And what if I were to say that I don't need an envoy?
Don't think I'm trying to impose a nanny or a spy on you.
Oh no, you're not trying to
We're
impose a
neighbors
spy.
now.
You
You'll
are
need someone
sending a spy.
knowledgeable
Like,
about
that's
Brevoy's
just, but
politics to
everyone
act
would
as an
send a spy if they
ambassador to your
could.
court. If you don't like Casil, you're free to choose someone else, but I won't be able to vouch for the loyalty or trustworthiness of another envoy.
I mean, the better thing is that I know your man is a spy for you. I would much rather prefer the spy I know about than the spy I don't know about. Do you already know about what happened with Tartutia?
Of course. Keston gave me a full report. You dealt with the scoundrel perfectly. It would be naive to think that none of your neighbors will try to stick their hands in your affairs. Especially that sly fox Iravetti.
It also occurred to me, I don't think we did the main quest fast enough to get the special reward that you get if you do it quickly enough, but oh well. May Abadar help us bring civilization to these savage lands. Oh, this is one of the rare religious interactions, which is why it's not voiced. Jamandi nods. I will pray to the gods of walls and ditches that he never leave your side, though you can definitely expect more support from me than just thoughts and prayers.
Enjoy your evening. When you're ready for the official part, come to me.
Right, and I do believe we just need to check in on a few people. We are we're finally making some proper progress. Lander, I know you, Mr. Quicksilver from the X-Men movies looking head ass. A handsome, well-dressed young man of about 17 years looks at you with a polite smile. Ah, so you're the famous slayer of the Stag Lord's gang, soon to be Baron. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Lander. Really, no last name, no title. Let's just say that I'm here incognito. Under my circumstances, it's wise to keep one's lineage to oneself. Truth be told, that's precisely what I wanted to speak with you about. You see, I am an heir to one of the noble houses. I will not say which, but believe me, a newly appointed baron with no connections would do well to have a friend such as I. I travel the country in secret, without servants, so I can see it for myself. Not from the carriage window, but face to face with the people. My family, of course, would never approve, but never asked. I need to know Brevoy if I'm going to rule a part of it someday. I know Jamandi wants to impose her stepson as you as emissary of Brevoy. Refuse. I'd ask you take me instead. Do not look at my age. While they may have trained this half-orc to swing a sword, I've been training to rule since I was a child, and I'll be far greater use to you, both now and in the future, after I have a firm position in my own family. So you are of the Restovic nobility. Oh, no, I'm not from here. I'm just visiting, you could say. I wanted to see for myself the heroes who had managed to conquer the frontier territories, and the Lord Mayor was kind enough to extend me an invite to this wonderful party. And what do you want from me? Nope, why did it do that? Nope, why did it do that? Okay, that's just a repeat of what he said, and that is also a repeat of what he said. We're not, though, because, quite frankly, I don't care about supporting... I don't mind supporting the Sword Lords, because my character is still lawful. Jamandi did help him gain his position, and also the fact that she is correct. Trusting the Sertovans is just a bad fucking idea. I don't think our companions have anything to say. Yeah, they call this a feast. I'd show them real festivities if they'd let me. You're crazy and want to kill people, Jathal. Nobody wants that. Literally nobody else wants that. Maegor Varn, who I believe we could talk to. Yes. To be fair, I first saw this guy's portrait and I was convinced he was going to be a villain. Like, dude wears entirely too much black and has like the classic evil nobleman, like pulled back haircut to not give... Maegor gives such villain vibes, which is why it's shocking that he's not. The man is obviously more comfortable on the battlefield than in the company of nobles. He is well built, but the expensive waistcoat he's wearing does not quite fit properly, as though it was borrowed. He has a few pale scars across his face, and his dark hair is drawn into an unkempt short ponytail with a few streaks of gray running through it. He greets you with a broad smile and a firm handshake. Let me introduce myself. I am Maegor Varn, new ruler of Dunsward. Your neighbor to the east. Like you, I'm about to be a baron. Great job with the Stag Lord, by the way. Not everyone could exterminate a whole gang of bandits with such a small team. And how did your people earn the title of baron? Truth be told, my team and I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Jamandi Eldori needed someone reliable to take and hold the territory. I'm a captain of a mercenary company, if that wasn't clear. The Vonling Host. Have you heard of us? No, no matter. I don't think you would stand Silks on that well. The atmosphere is great, the combat is great, but man, the game has hands with this platform. Oh yeah, that already sounds like a bad combination. The base part is that you have a downward dash that goes at a roughly 45-degree angle, making it very tight and something you have to judge by eye, and it's so easy to miss things and fuck up platforming. I got used to it, but man, you would have salt. The funny thing is, I did know about the down thing because Tenma from FaZe Connect posted something yesterday where it's just like, I'm having so much fun. No, not the downward attack. I think she literally bitched about exactly that, Tenwood. So yes, that already sounds like a bad combination. We've done work for Jumanji before. This time the task was simple. We just waltzed into the area, cleared it of its monsters, and built a fort to hold the place. And for that, a barony and land to own. Ah, dream job. And how do you feel being a nobleman? Looking at his rich clothes, Varn smirks. I look like a pheasant on a plate. I have killed all kinds of monsters, but this is the first time I felt so strongly like turning away would get me eaten. He nods towards an arrogant man on the other side of the room. You see that lad? Baron Drelev. He's not like us. Who knows what generation of Baron he is? Didn't even shake my hand. You and me, he treats us like dirt beneath his boots. That's why those like us, the newly made nobility, need to stick together. Otherwise he'd take my lands and yours in the blink of an eye. Oh, we'll see about that. Fuck that, man. All right, once you've settled in, you'll need to come and pay us a visit. Yep, Keston is here. Oh, right, and this is where we pick up...
Will you drink with me?
Okay, you see Kayesi approaching. Yeah, refusing to take your side and join your party. Yep, the tiefling you met during the battle at Jamandi Eldori's mansion. As she draws near, she places one of the cups of wine she's holding into your hand. Of course, to the success of our forces and the founding of our barony.
Oh, yes. There's no wine in the world that tastes as rich as victory. But still, there's nothing wrong in cheering your successes with wine. But jokes aside, I came to apologize. I know the words I said in our conversation with Lady Aldery might have offended you, but this was not my intention. The lessons life has dealt me were not easy. I've learned to be wary of new acquaintances, which is why I've refused to join your party. I hope you will forgive me for this weakness and for my harsh words. And I hope you will hear me out, for I have something to tell you.
No need to apologize. I don't expect everyone I meet to immediately fall under my charms and entrust me with their secrets.
How amusing. Usually those who don't seek affection are the very ones who receive it. Anyway, enough sweet talk. There is something important I wanted to tell you.
I did read your comment while she was talking, Tedwin, and yes, I mean, the combat sounds satisfying from everything I've heard, but yeah, if there's a heavy emphasis on platforming, ooh, that's not my cup of tea.
As it happens, I came across some very valuable information. What brave conqueror of these wild lands wouldn't be intrigued by news of an ancient shrine, possibly full of great treasures? A place such as this was discovered by my old friends from Kadira, and it just so happens to be located in the lands that today become rightfully yours. My friends lack the courage to enter the shrine and seek the treasure, but what will stop us? We who know the taste of battle and have been singed by the same fire.
Well, what could be better than a treasure hunt? I may be a baron now, but I am still an adventurer. I'm more than ready.
I'm sure you'd like to finally gain your official title and celebrate your victory. And I don't like noisy parties and ceremonies. Find me when you return to your dominion. I'll rent a house in your capital. We can discuss the details of our expedition.
Fun fact,
there.
Outcat cut out the book where you take over Baron Drelev's lands entirely in favor of a monster crisis. The likely reason why is a bit spoilery if you haven't done book 5 yet. Yeah, just hold off on that till we get there. But yeah, if I recall correctly, Drelev doesn't even get a portrait, so I knew he wasn't that important.
So long, friend. I'll call you so today because soon enough, all you'll be hearing is, Your Grace, Your Grace, Your Grace.
Saluting you with the cup, the tiefling girl steps back and disappears into the shadows between the columns. I believe the only other people we need to talk to are the Sertovans and... where is he? Drelev, yes. I thought she had a portrait, or maybe I'm thinking of a different Sortovan. Natala Sortova, okay, yeah, is discussing something with an unfamiliar old lady in a low voice. Upon noticing you, she breaks into a sugary sweet smile. You were not only tough, but quick. Congratulations on your victory. Enjoy it while you can. It's what do you think that it is that awaits me, Lady Sortova? Nothing good, I fear. The Aldori, our dearest friends, didn't seem it necessary to inform you of their plans. They're preparing to separate from Brevoy, and it will not be a peaceful process. They lack the strength, currently, hence using this legal loophole to create some independent allies. Once the civil war happens, your lands will be the first to endure a strike from Brevoy's forces. Perhaps they'll erect a memorial stone in independent Restov to honor you, but I wouldn't count on that. Is that a threat? I would never. I simply wish to warn you in case you did not fully realize the fate that awaits you and your barony. And what would you propose? In your situation, the most reasonable course of action would be to align yourself with the lawful rulers of Brevoy, the noble houses. The Aldori wouldn't dare to rebel, knowing that they will immediately become entrapped. You could help Brevoy avoid a civil war while simultaneously enjoying well-deserved peace in your lands. I believe Jamandi has already attempted to impose a guard upon you as an emissary. I'm guessing her low-born stepson, the green-skinned boy Casil. It's up to you, of course, but I would recommend a different envoy. If I may introduce, Chandra Merve, experienced diplomat who's more familiar with Brevoy's politics than any brawler would be. I'm sure I will enjoy it while I can. Flushes ahead to Natala in bed with the new Baron. Confused how she got there while the Baron smokes a cigar. No. See, Tenwin, I appreciate that you think so highly of my character, but there's only one woman for him, and it is a fae of quite enchanting beauty. And the only one who, since I do know where this story is going, who is actually going to prove a challenging fight. Why would I wish to bed mortal women when I can bed an immortal fae who is the living embodiment of the very land that I intend to conquer? We aren't talking romance, we're talking about claim. See, my character's not draconic enough for that yet, though, Tenwin. Wait until I get a couple levels of Dragon Disciple and the Dragon Greed starts building. Then we can start talking about that. But if that's the case, I mean, this might be my own preferences showing, but I'd rather invite a Miri the tomboy to the bed. I'm not even gonna lie. Most of these noble women ain't worth a damn anyways. The old woman's... yes, she's the one that gets the portrait. The old woman standing next to Nadala gives you a slight bow. I would be happy to help you establish diplomatic relations with Brevoy. Faye, really? Everyone knows nymphs are for nymph skin cloaks. What, you mean nymph hair cloaks, right? No. To be fair, we did encounter nymph hair cloak back in Baldur's Gate 1, and from the sound of it, that's just as horribly traumatizing and evil to them as making one out of their skin. It isn't about that. It's about showing who's in charge. I'll do that when my kingdom becomes an empire and I conquer Brevoy and Restov as well. The Sword Lords can get fucked if they want to prevent me from gaining more power. I am glad to ally with them as they have aided me. I will not be allying with them if they decide to try and stop me. I will consider your proposal. Think on it. Do not make hasty decisions. Among the Kingmaker art pieces is one of Amiri sitting on a throne with two hunky, half-naked dudes chained to it. I mean, Amiri is still a barbarian at heart. She loves good living in all of its forms. You can't tell me that she hasn't at least once imagined just cracking some skulls, taking over a throne room, and then demanding that the hunky guards have to wait on her hand and foot until she gets bored. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. All right, Drelev, you do have dialogue here, but you're pretty unimportant. The man's gorgeous clothes hide rippling muscle beneath them. He looks past your ear, obviously bored. Baron Hannes Drelev, he says offhandedly, emphasizing the word Baron. You must be the butcher of the Stag Lord. I'm sorry, I quite forgot your name. You took out the Stag Lord and his gang, so Sword Lord Jamandi is granting you permission to take his place. I suppose congratulations are in order. My lands lie to the west of yours. We are neighbors now. Yes, I defeated the Stag Lord. Pray tell, what did you do to deserve your new dominion? A smirk appears on his face. I don't need to deserve or prove anything. Countless generations of my glorious ancestors have done so for me. If I had a slightly larger army, Sword Lord Jamandi might have simply given all of the stolen lands to me. Alas, I don't have so many soldiers at my disposal. She had to urgently make barons of the likes of you and Vaughn. So you have no army, no magic, no special merits. You were given land for what? Being pretty? Under other circumstances, I'd have you whipped for such words. But let's not ruin Lady Aldori's celebration. If you want so badly to measure merits, we can do so another time. Yes, and I will do so with my claws extended and my fangs ready. You're not prepared for a dragon. You're not very polite for a nobleman. Politeness must be deserved. Goodbye. Not even deigning to reply, Baron Drelev turns around and looks away. I don't think we have... Oh, right. Don't you have... Yes. A handsome man with a weather-beaten face... Hold on. Water. Ah, there we go. Grasp your hand tightly in his rough, calloused palms. Unlike the rest of the guests in his festive clothes, he wears a simple robe. The only luxury you can see is the holy symbol of Erastil made of solid gold. The other guests look at him with respect, some bordering on awe. Casually beheads him and throws him out the castle. Politeness must be deserved, and I am polite to not kill my rivals here. Again, Tenwin, I am a dragon disciple. My main weapon are claws. I'm not beheading anyone with claws. Now, disembowelment followed by slitting their throat, that's a completely different story. That's what a dragon does. Because I'm not quite big enough to just eat them yet. Congratulations on your victory, he says in a deep voice. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Esvanke Keeg, High Priest of Erastil in Restall. Sounds like loser talk. Beheading with claws is a boss move. Tenwin, if I want to behead someone as a dragon, once we get large enough, I'll just bite their head off. How many people in Restov venerate Erastil? They revere many gods in Restov. Many pray to Abadar, patron of cities, Pharasma, the gatherer of souls. They are also more rare cults, but there's no denying that the Stag God has the largest congregation here. And no wonder, people here have lived off farming and hunting for centuries. You're dressed rather surprisingly simply for such a festive occasion. The corners of the priest's mouth turn in a faint smile. The nobles may dress in silks and satins to stand out from the poor, but a priest wears a simple robe to stand out from the nobles. Bringing law into the stolen lands has been a difficult endeavor, Sir Priest. I'd be grateful for any help that Restov could spare. It is a noble undertaking, and I believe our community would be able to provide you with reasonable assistance. We will help you construct a shrine in your capital, free of charge. Then it has been an honor to meet you, Esvanke Keeg. Farewell. Erastil Keeg. I do believe this is the castle, Jerusalem. This is an older man with full... Wait, what? Ally, he dispatched... Okay, yeah. With full sideburns, looks at you with interest through a golden spyglass. Well, now, if it isn't the hero of the festivities, the protege of our dear Jamandi. You pulled this all quite cleverly, I confess. I wasn't convinced your enterprise would succeed. I even bet a bottle of my best Pitaxian wine against you, but I am happy to admit I am wrong. The Aldori have always been adept at finding proper talent. I don't believe we've been introduced. Oh, so it would seem. I am Yosef Selimius, Lord Mayor of Restov, and I rule this township and the adjacent lands. As your northerly neighbor, I hope we can look forward to a long and fruitful friendship. If you rule Restov, what about the Aldori? Brevoy's politics must seem complex and incomprehensible to outsiders. Here in this part of Rosslyn, the spirit of northern freedom still lives. We are loyal to the throne, of course. May the gods prolong the life of His Highness. Yeah, House Sartova. Here, far from the dominions of the great houses, we have our own way of life. It's especially important now after certain events that I don't need to name. The Aldori Sword Lords used to rule Rosslyn in its entire. They are still the largest landowners and the main military force in the region. But it's not for nothing that Restov is called the Free City. We're proud to choose our Lord Mayor from among the citizens, considered not by lineage but by merit. And what kind of events are you talking about? He gives you a patronizing smile. Why, any aspiring politician needs to be well informed. I'm talking about the disappearances of the ruling House Rogavia. Can you imagine it? Old man Coral conquered our land 2 centuries ago. It'd be a shameless lie to say that nobody wished his royal house could just disappear into thin air, but once that exact thing happened, turns out nobody was ready for it. Poof! All over the country, every member of the royal house, gone without a trace. Nobody knows what happened. It is a mystery, but a mystery pregnant with opportunity for everyone. And how are things in Restov, Lord Mayor? Oh, I do not want to boast, but things have been going quite well in recent years. Trade prospers, the population grows, and the citizens are happy. Though recently, especially after the disappearance of the House Rogavia, more and more troublemakers have been appearing, and people are talking about the most shocking of things. but those sorts of rumors aren't worthy of your attention. I mean, yeah, when not only the ruling family, but all the dragons that help them keep order disappear, yeah, I could see how that might invite some problems. It's nice to meet you. Please wait a moment. Your young barony will need resources to establish itself, and from what I've been told, you are in a bit of need of financial assistance. I could organize a supply of everything you need for construction and help spread out the costs on extremely favorable terms. I could immediately procure, say, 500 cartloads of building supplies. I'm sure that would give you a good start, and in exchange, I would ask for a small favor. Until you repay the debt in full, you, assume the obligation of contracting building services through our Builders Guild. Do we have a deal? I thank you for the offer, Lord Mayor, but I would much rather provide this incentive to my own people who are settling the barony as we speak, and I would rather offer them money to help build up the glorious kingdom that I intend to rule one day. I'm afraid I cannot accept. That is your choice. That is your choice. I just figured I'd mention it. And Casil. Oh, you don't have dialogue here. Interesting. All right, let's go ahead and finish up this scene.
So, how do you like our little gathering? I hope you've made some useful connections. Shall we move on to the official proceedings?
I will speak of the envoy I'll be taking.
My apprentice, Casil Aldori, will go with you, won't he?
Consider yourself lucky that I hold great respect for the Sword Lords and what they have done, Lady Jamandi. Yes, I will accept Casil as your envoy. Just be well aware. I know he will report to you. I know he will send you back information. I am not a fool. Do not try to play me for one. I am more than willing to assist you in your political aspirations, but I also mean to know that you will not be interfering in mine.
Whatever you choose, I won't argue. But you must choose your inner circle with the utmost care.
Then I am ready for the ceremony.
Excellent. Stand here.
Detect alignment isn't a spell in this game, but fun fact, Lander Lebeda is chaotic evil. Really? I thought he was neutral. I thought he was chaotic neutral. I thought that was the whole point with him. Because he gives advice that is kind of in between the Sotovan representative and the Aldori representative.
Today, we are here to honor 3 brave people who have done the impossible. They've tamed the stolen lands. Baron Hannes Drelev, the new master of Glenabon, Captain Maegor Varn, the conqueror of Dunsword, and finally, the tamer of the Shrike Hills, who put an end to the atrocities of the Stag Lord's bandits. Step forward.
Having the Aasimar halo on my head does make this look better.
City of Restov, I confer upon you this noble title. Rise, your grace.
Baron, soon to be king. It only shows in some of the writing of how he solves his duties. Interesting. I assumed he was chaotic neutral, but okay. Good to know. Good to know.
Victory. The Stag Lord's dead, and the capital of the new barony has been built in place of his fort. That was how the long and challenging taming of the stolen lands began.
I'd like to imagine that the pictures are also done by Lindsay, and she's just like, well, we weren't able to convince Amiri to actually give us back the helmet after she took it from the Stag Lord's dead body, so I'm just gonna make this part up. Like an actual well-written evil character, he takes some pains to hide it. Oh, you know, actual good writing on evil. Say what you will about some of the dialogue options in Kingmaker, the actual evil NPCs in Kingmaker are actually written fairly well, and they only get better in Wrath of the Righteous. Looking at you, Camilla. The character who, if I wasn't so obsessed with keeping my NPC companions alive, I would kill at the first opportunity. Greetings, Baron. Greetings, Baron. Welcome, Your Grace. Keston salutes you. You can see he's a bit anxious, and it seems he'd rehearsed his speech many times. With some exceptions. Of course. Not, with the number of NPCs that are in Owlcat games, there's always going to be exceptions. Let me once again congratulate you on your victory, and your new title. Lady Jamandi has transferred me here, along with a few of the guards. I'm at your disposal. I'm not one to bestow honors, but I want you to know I'm glad to serve you. I'm here to welcome you on behalf of your new capital citizens. The Stag Lord's former stronghold will soon be a thriving city. Word travels fast, and the first settlers from across the Riverlands have already arrived, with new ones approaching as we speak. While you were visiting Restov, much has been done. Your benefactors, the Aldori, have invested a great deal of resources in setting up the city. I stand ready to answer your questions, to show you around the most important sites. Where are my companions? Oh, they're around here somewhere, but I'll admit I don't keep an eye on exactly where they are every time. I assume Tristan is with Jode. You can always find Lindsay, just follow the noise. Are there any important citizens I should know about? Your old acquaintance Jode is right here. Arasto's clerics normally don't like cities much, but he's eager to serve. The emissary from Brevoy you selected is here as well, waiting you in the throne room. There's also a curious matter. An elf has paid us a visit. A blind elf. Desna only knows how he managed to get up here. He seems peaceful, even a pleasant fellow, though a bit odd. So I'd let him stay up in the hall. It's up to you to decide what to do with him. Think about it, I guess. What's the mood of the people? I must admit, I've never seen anything like it in my whole life. A city, a whole barony being born right in front of our eyes. The people sense the moment, and today, everyone's feeling proud. As a rule, I'm not too cheerful or chatty. I'd normally feel out of place among the rejoicing. But today is just one of those days. And where can I get a drink? I do like to toast my victory. He hesitates a brief moment, then laughs. I'll make sure to show you. The moment we entered the city, the tavern was the first business that opened. Building a city is thirsty work, and beg your forgiveness for my behavior during your reception. I did drink a little too much, but it is a day of celebration. I'm ready. Lead the way. I will admit, I think in the calendar, it doesn't really time skip, but let's be very honest. There's probably at least a year or 2-year time skip between each act, because that's the only way to explain how you get a full fucking kingdom going. Like, otherwise it just doesn't make sense. Hell, I'd go so far as to say it would have to be at least a 3 to 5 year time skip to make it understandable as far as whole cities sprouting up. Greetings, you Grace. We're just, well, your new subjects. We're selecting a site to build our house. It's wet near the lake and a bit windy up on the hill. Fine place to throw your garbage at the neighbors' heads, though. Okay, come on. Come on, game. Next. It's a good thing you got rid of those monsters and bandits, Your Grace. Yes. Is there a way I can speed this up? No, they did not provide a way to speed this up. We're just gonna have to sit there. Oh well. You recognize this place, Your Grace. This is where the Stag Lord's fortress walls used to be. Not that it saved him in the end, huh? Yep, we've got our merchant square, which doesn't have many merchants right now. Ba-da-da-da-da. I do like the ambience music they chose for the city. Our workers did a fine job turning the bandit den into the heart of the city. The heart of every town is its main square. We plan to hold our streets, festivities, and fairs here. We even have our first vendors. And if I recall correctly, the decorations on the city change depending on your alignment. So, like, I think we have like a hangman's noose over here because we're lawful evil. If you turn to the right from the square, you'll end up straight in the tavern. I forgot how long this cutscene is. It's not even really a cutscene. It's just telling you where things are. The tavern's ale is blessed by Caden Kalen himself, I swear. The lady who owns it's a gem. Yep, see, we have a hangman's platform. I think lawful good gets like a fountain or a statue or something. I heard our Baron is oh, that's nonsense. Except for the part about breathing fire. All Barons can breathe fire. Can confirm my chaotic neutral king had a statue of the Fae there at the center. Ah. See, I would have preferred if the statue had been like the common thing and have the statue change depending on your alignment. Because being lawful evil, maybe a statue of like Asmodeus or a dragon might fit. Instead, we get Hangman's Noose and everybody else gets a fucking statue. Grace, there are guards that keep the order in the city, or they keep their mouths busy with gossip. And I couldn't read the rest of that. Womp womp. Here's the observation area. I hope one day your capital will grow large enough that we won't be able to see its full extent from this perch. And if I recall correctly, this background does change as the acts go on, because more and more people move in and build out this whole area. The building in front of us is your personal residence. That's where we'll head now. Yep, you're about to make the unyielding soil lands a prosperous kingdom. There's a long and arduous road ahead of you. You and your advisors are going to need to deal with matters of national importance, found and build up settlements, seize and develop new regions, solve pressing problems, and take advantage of good opportunities. A prosperous governor will be handsomely rewarded with support and donations from their subjects, promising alliances with their states, wealth for their treasury, and many other things. That's because this entire system is a rich get richer system where if you fail a couple of early checks, you are fucked for the rest of the game. Make sure you pass them or you are screwed. We've reached your main chambers. This is the throne room where you'll hold court and receive visitors. I'll draw your attention to the large map depicting your barony and all surrounding territories. We'll mark out any important scouting reports and other news worthy of your grace's attention. Having finished his speech, Keston tucks his thumbs under his belts and stands quietly. Greetings, your grace. Cecile, Lady Jamandi's ward, gives a polite bow. It was a pleasure to meet you at the rest-off reception. On behalf of your allies and benefactors, the Sword Lords, I'd like to offer you some advice. So right now, we get a +6 to community, +6 to loyalty, +3 to military, +3 to economy, divine, arcane, stability. We also have some various issues to deal with. You can solve most of your barony's problems by granting appointments to the right people, responsible people. But certain state business will demand your personal attention, as will the visits of especially important guests. Reports of such outstanding events will be marked on the map. You can always check it while you're considering your plans. According to the ancient traditions of Brevoy and the River Kingdoms, rulers address affairs of state and receive visitors at the beginning of the month. My advice to you is to maintain this tradition and regularly visit your capital when needed. The first thing you should do as a ruler is assign loyal people to the important positions within your barony. Your clerics, Jode and Tristan, were the first to seek an audience. I won't distract you further, and I leave you to consider. Once again, my congratulations. May your rule be long and prosperous. You may change the difficulty level of your barony at any time. If you set it to automatic, you won't have to deal with most government decisions. That's also a bad idea because you can still have a lot of problems in that. They'll be taken care of automatically. Your barony will never fail. However, this will also prevent you from unlocking any governance-related achievements, as well as certain special abilities and buffs that you get for doing those as well. Your Grace, allow me to congratulate you on receiving the title of Baron. I am confident that you'll be able to bring order to these troubled lands. He stumbles slightly, though to be honest, that isn't exactly what I wanted to speak to you about. Tristan and I have been talking a great deal about what happened at the Temple of the Elk, and it doesn't all make sense to us yet. But one thing is clear, there are powerful curses at work. It corrupted the very essence of what should have been a sacred place, steeping it with pure putrescence. And I am disgusted with whoever could have done it. Jode exhales loudly, catching his breath. And there is a new world. Tristan and I believe the curse did not simply disperse of its own accord. There is a place near the capital, rumored by the locals to be cursed. Tristan and I visited this dreadful place, and we felt the same putrescence as the Temple of the Elk. What is this place? Where is it? It is known as the Bald Hilltop, not far from here to the north. Its crown is entirely barren of life. The locals believe that rituals glorifying dark gods were held there in ancient times. There is no longer any trace of such rituals, but the air around the hilltop is heavy to the point of stifling. This place is like a rotting wound, closed, but not healed. And this wound will undoubtedly open again. Tristan and I felt something approaching, something ominous. The curse will soon return to plague us once more. I swear it by Erastil. Then I will go there as soon as I am able. I would be happy to accompany you, but I would not expect to see anything new there at present. I agree with Tristan. We have been to this hilltop, and it is already barren, but filled with a dense atmosphere of unease. Then what do you suggest? The curse will grow in strength. We predict it will reach the peak of its strength in approximately 1 month. It is then you should visit the Bold Hilltop and resolve this issue. For now, we can only wait and prepare. And I beg your pardon, Your Grace, for intervening with you, getting the grasp of your barony. I'm sure you have more pressing matters to attend to, right? And I do believe this opens, yep. And what do we, barony has 10 stats, right. Population, loyalty, military, economy, divine, relations, stability, magic, culture, and espionage. Half of which we don't have access to yet. Stats increase if your governance is successful, decrease if events don't go end well or other negative factors are placed in your way. Don't let your barony stats drop to 0 or lower. This will cause your subjects to riot and your state will begin to crumble. Each state has certain milestones. Every 20 points in a stat will increase your rank. Rank 1 unlocks the corresponding advisor position for that stat. Further development of the stat and upgrades in these ranks will be possible only if you have an advisor in the relevant position. Governing your barony will require 1 advisor for each stat. You may appoint your companions as well as some of the Stolen Land citizens to these advisor positions. Companions are always better because they benefit from all the stat upgrades you give them. Each of the 10 positions has at least 3 characters who are qualified to hold it. Not all of these characters will be willing to serve you right away. Some of them will need to be convinced. Appointing others will require completing assignment from them or rendering them some other service. Every advisor acts on their own ideology. They have their own opinions on everything that happens in your domain. Therefore, you may want to select characters whose governance policy is consistent with your own. Open the advisor tab on the right side of the screen. Click on the yep. Every Barony stat gains a bonus from a specific ability. The exact size of the bonus is indicated in the upper right corner of the advisor's card. Only advisors may address the problems, opportunities, and sudden events that occur in your domain and require immediate attention. Do not leave these positions vacant. Now, what do we call ourselves? It has to be dragon themed. I've considered a couple of them. Drakengard. I've considered Draconia. Something of those lines. If you guys have any suggestions, make them now. Otherwise, I'm probably going to go with one of those two. Barony, because eventually it's going to be a kingdom. So the Kingdom of Draconia, the Kingdom of Drakengard, Korshova. No, Lord Brown Bear. I told you, I want actual... You know, okay, Brown Bear, I will save that name for one of the towns, okay? I guarantee you I'll save it for one of the towns. The Kingdom of Drakar. Ooh, Drakar's not bad. Wait a second, isn't that from a book? I swear I've heard that before. I swear I've heard that name before. I don't know. It's triggering something in my brain where it's like, I've definitely heard that before, but I don't know from where. Okay. Drakar, Draconia, Drakengard. Drakar, it's literally just the Swedish plural form of dragon. Oh! Again, for some reason, it's tickling a spot in my brain where I'm like, I know I've heard that from something. Like a book or a series or something, but I can't for the life of me tell you where I heard it from. Because I didn't even know that was what it was. How about Dracaria? I like Dracaria. I like Dracaria? Draconia? Dracaria. Dracaria sounds better. Drakengard doesn't? I don't know. We'll go with Dracaria. I like that. No, I want to keep the K because that fits more with like Drake or dragon. I feel like it fits better. Dracaria. There we go. There we go. Click your capital icon to open settlement map. Yep, no bonuses here. We've seen that. Oh, yep, and here we go. We can construct buildings. Sounds very basic fantasy, not gonna lie, Dracaria. I'm not. I want it to be dragon themed. I'm a dragon king. Shut up. Shut up, Tenwin. Don't shut up. I like you guys talking, but I'm fitting with it. But yes, I will use the name of Korshovo for one of the towns, Lord Brambar, I promise. You may construct buildings to increase your barony stats. Each building has a cost in BP and construction time. You may construct several buildings simultaneously to start construction. Yep. Buildings provide special bonuses if you meet certain conditions. 2 buildings close together. Make sure you use this feature to full benefit. Some buildings can be placed only in designated spots. As example, a piers must be built on water and a mill must be built with no other buildings around it. Demolish a building to get rid of it and recover half the resources. If you want to move a building, you'll have to demolish the old one and construct it in the new area. You won't have to spend an extra BP, but you will have to wait for construction to finish. Yep. So let's see what we got here. We start with 2 external areas. There's no reason not to have a pier. You should always have a pier. This is why pretty much every town you build should always be on the water, because the pier is pretty much a free slot. We need the pier. We need... Where's the walls? I thought there was a wall. There we go. Wooden walls. Additional military. Those will get constructed. It's going to take a while to build all that. Then I think it's... What is it? The watchtower and the windmill. Let me see here. If located in a settlement with a granary or brewery. +2 if there's both. Can only be built in a separate slot. And then we have the watchtower. A tall structure that serves as a guard post and a landmark. +1 to military when located in a settlement with a barracks. +1 to stability when located in a settlement with walls. The thing is, if I recall correctly, community is easier to get up because it's one of the basic stats, whereas espionage is much harder because it's one of the advanced stats. So I would like to get a watchtower. What else? Stocks are our evil alignment one. Yes, they increase stability. Designed to put local criminals on display and give the town folk a chance to mock them. +1 bonus for solving problems in this region, so there's no reason not to have it. And restricted to baronies with an evil alignment. And I think the one we get for lawful is bulletin board. Yes, +2 bonus for resolving problems in this region. Nice. Restricted to baronies with a lawful alignment. So we have 9 spots. What else do we have? We're building the watchtower. Yes. So what do we have? +1 to relations when adjacent to a longhouse. +1 to espionage when adjacent to a barracks. Smithy wants to be next to a shop. The shrine wants to be next to the longhouse. Lumberyard gives +1 to relations when on a pier, and a sacred grove cannot be built in the same settlement as a longhouse. Do we have a sacred grove? We do not. We have an herbalist house, +1 arcane when next adjacent to a shrine. What do we start with? So I think we build the longhouse first. That needs to... The longhouse is probably best choice would be in the center. We still have some more building positions. So we definitely want a barracks. +1 stability when adjacent to the longhouse. Granary, herbalist house. They want a shrine, which I think... I thought we got one of those for free, but I guess not. +1 to loyalty when adjacent to a longhouse, so we want that. Smithy wants to be next to a shop. The shop wants to be next to a tavern. And the tavern wants to be adjacent to a longhouse and the barracks. +1 to economy when adjacent to a tavern. +1 economy when next to a shop. So... if I build the tavern here... Oh, but I want the relations bonus. So... What do we have? We got the longhouse. I do want the bulletin board. We absolutely want the bulletin board and the stocks, because the +3 to finishing up their problems is pretty good. Now, what gets a bonus from being next to the shrine? I don't think anything does. The herbalist house does. We get +1 to arcane, so I can put that in the corner over here. +1 stability when located in settlement with a tavern. The tavern... +1 to relations when next to the longhouse, +1 when next to the other one. +1 to economy when adjacent to a tavern. So if we build the tavern here next to the barracks, we get better espionage. Then we build the shop next to that to get the additional bonus to that. We can then build the smithy to get a +1 to military and a +1 to economy if it's next to the shop. Or... we don't get as much of a benefit from the brewery because we don't have the windmill. So I think, yes, we'll go with the smithy. And it'll get the shop bonus. And that's pretty much everything getting built. All right. Our city's getting established. This is Tusdale. Okay, so the capital will not be... Okay. I know you're going to be angry at me, Lord Brownbear. The capital will not be Korsho. One of the towns will be Korsho. I need something suitably... Again, I need something suitably dragon-themed for the capital. Oh, wait. If the nation is called Dracaria, then we can just call the capital Dracar. That still works. Dragon's Crown? That's also a good one. That's also a good one. Actually, yeah, if we could make most of the settlements have... I may name my towns just funny random shit. I like following a theme, Lord Brownbear. What can I say? I like actually role-playing and not just making a mockery of everything. Mockery can be good, don't get me wrong. Maybe something about Dragon's Crown. What's another word for crown? Which is very sexy fantasy beat 'em up on the PSP. I think it was the PSP. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about the name Dragon's Crown. Oh, okay. It took me a second. Who says I wasn't role-playing? I was chaotic neutral, remember? Fair. I should have seen that coming. Yeah, it took me a second, Tywin. It took me a second. I was like, wait, why are you talking about a video game? Like, it took me a second to realize. Dragon's Crest? Ooh, that's a good one. Crest, Dragon's Throne. Well, my character is black dragon blooded, so maybe like Onyx Crown or like Obsidian Crown, something that's like pitch black, like a precious stone or something like that that's black, and then crown or crest or throne, that might work. Onyx Throne, Obsidian Throne, that could work. Ebon Crown. Ooh, I like that one. Oh, I like that. Okay, that works. Thank you, Lord Brown Bear. Ebon Crown. I like that. I like that one. Would it be Ebon Crown like that? Or would it be one word? Worm's Hold? We'll save that one for another time. Would it be with a... I think it would be like that, right? Because it is still technically 2 words, but it's meant to be done as one. We'll put a space between it. Ebon Crown. Yeah, I like that. We can always change it later. This one can be changed pretty easily. That's all getting built. It's going to take the better part of 2 weeks for everything to get built up. That's fine. All right. And we are almost done. I'm just going to go ahead and preemptively hit the snooze on the ad so it doesn't play in the middle of this. Only got a few minutes left. Who can we put up as advisors right now? So the Regent... Right, it's a charisma check. So it's a good thing we gave her a +3. We'll put Valerie here. The Regent ensures the people's compliance and concerns are heard by their ruler and serve as a link between the Baron and their people. I mean, Valerie's not the best choice for that, but... I don't know if we have anybody else who could really fit there. You may claim new regions to expand your territory. Open the Regions tab on the right side of the screen. Select the relevant project at the bottom of the screen. Claiming a region will allow you to significantly increase your Barony stats and found settlements in new lands. Meet special regional conditions, that is, complete a quest to reach a certain rank, collect sufficient BP for the claim, find an unoccupied advisor who can take charge of the claim, and as soon as you start the Kingdom Project to claim the region, time will automatically speed up for the next 14 days. Time it takes for you and your advisors to claim the region. After the new territory is claimed and annexed into your domain, the boundaries of the state will change and you receive all the bonuses granted in the claimed region. All right. We also need a counselor. Deals with the troubles of the common folk and helps settle land disputes and agricultural matters. This advisor ensures citizens remain loyal to the throne. Obviously, Tristan is going to be our main source of that. We have our first general. The highest ranking officer in the army of the Barony is responsible for watching the borders and protecting the realm. Guess what? Amiri has the highest strength, so she gets it. Favors the direct approach. General Amiri. No one is prepared for this. Least of all us. We're giving Amiri control of the army, everybody. I don't think so technically we could use her to start with that. But if I recall correctly, you're not supposed to have a treasurer at first. And I know there's going to be a character coming up shortly who is much better for this than a custom character could be. And lastly, High Priest. If I recall correctly, Harim actually makes a great High Priest. He's actually, if I recall from his events, he's actually one of the best High Priests. Like, not just in terms of what he gets you stat-wise, but also roleplay-wise. He's one of the best. A wiser choice than Regongart. The sad part is you're not wrong. But yes, Harim shall serve as our High Priest. We'll hold off on appointing the Treasurer. We have this. We do need to buy some more BP. We'll find a way to do that. Requires 4 days to solve to claim the outskirts. So we need to go grab some more BP before that. We have a research into the nature of curses. Now that the Undead Engineer's curse has been lifted, it might be prudent to study it and be more prepared next time. Yes, Harim will start working on that. 50 BP cost, 45 days to start. Now, I do know to get the true ending and romance the nymph, you have to research as many of the curses as possible. Like, you absolutely have to. Oh, I can purchase BP from here. Good, good. So we'll start the project there. We then have economy. Oh, right. That's where we get the free... Okay, he can't do anything about this. High Priest of Erastil is a strong interest in spreading the Stag God's faith in the region. He's eager to build a shrine dedicated to Erastil on your lands, but at his own expense. Accept his offer if you wish to gain a useful ally in a place of worship. We can get this after Harim is done. Pillage the Temple of the Elk. We will not be doing that. Plus 150 BP prevents future restoration of the temple. Nope. And rebuild the Temple of the Elk. Rebuild it to its former glory, making it the center of Erastil worship in all the surrounding areas. Unlocks a special region upgrade. Prevents pillaging of the temple. Yes. Costs 100 BP, which we don't actually have. We can purchase for 80 gold apiece. So if we buy Okay, note to self, just type it. Just type it. If we buy 5, that's 400 gold. But we can't even... Why did it... Did I hit the wrong button? Or is it just not... I'm confused. It's just not showing up. Okay, well, we do need more for the regions thing anyways. How much do we need? Okay, there we go. Yeah. Purchase. 45. No, I don't. Oh my god. The fact that it doesn't properly parse this. There we go. This is going to be 3,000, but it is going to be worth it because getting more regions is absolutely the best choice. We're going to do that. We're going to assign. You don't have anything else you need to work on, Tristan? No, there is a trade settlement. Requires 1,500 building points, and we would need to... yeah, if I recall correctly, this never pays off. This never pays off over the course of the game at all. It's just not worth it. So the only other thing we need to do, claim the outskirts, requires 4 days to solve. We're going to go ahead and put Tristan in charge of that. Prayers for the people over all other concerns, and start the claim. Oh, I forgot it does that, right. Nonetheless, that will be our final event. The outskirts have been claimed. The barony has almost doubled in size. Ebon Crown now stands as the capital of Dracaria. Go. And... Yep, one of your barony stats has reached 20 points. It needs to increase in rank. We'll get to that. I think... Oh, I really hope that hasn't started an event. Yep, gain community, military relations, and we got some of the BP back. We also had happy birthday. Oh, yeah, because of the birthday pass. Today's a day to remember. She has set her best sword lords to participate in friendly combat and demonstrate their skill. Without a doubt, it is a feast for the eyes. Counselor awaits. And we also need to establish a town in the outskirts, but we are out of time. I need to actually save and go. We need to go. I've got shit. No, don't do events. No, game. Please let me save. You won't let me save. Greeting Baron. I'm sorry to have to take you away from other fairs, but your people need you. When the Soul Lands were freed from the Stag Lord, we're going hyperspeed. The people cited relief, but many are still confused by the swift change of fortune. Truth be told, they simply don't know what to think of their new Baron. What do they expect of you? What the fair ruler of all? Only, do you only care for those of wealth and status? Let us reassure your people and show them your favor truly rests. Perhaps a small celebration will help win them over. Of course, you can spend the same amount on a luxurious dinner for the wealthies of Barony, but I recommend organizing a fair of the common people, the one whose shoulders your power truly resides upon. So we can gain community and culture, we can gain economy and relations, we can gain 20 BP, or make up your own mind. No. I am lawfully evil, but we shall hold a fair for the common people. I hold them close to my heart, for only they shall provide the muscle and sinew with which we shall conquer these lands. Much more lawful evil, despite still having the exact same outcome. We will hold a common celebration where all will be welcome, the poor and the downtrodden. Ah yes, bring in the poor and the downtrodden, Tristan. They make great recruits for the army. The Romans learned that real quick. Community, culture, support the counselor's endeavors. Please end. I need to go. I'm not gonna have time to raid at this rate. No, don't do it. Don't do another one. God damn it, game. Speed running, here we go again. Your Grace, I was at Oleg's trading post recently. I noticed that old Boken was just standing there, bored to death with nothing to do. This is most unfortunate after all. The old grumbler. Snooze the ad. Old grumbler is a very knowledgeable alchemist. However, he has no use for his skill since the locals need nothing other than the simplest healing potions. And then it's why did you hire him as a court alchemist? His declarations and teaching serve the more usually you. Also, it would be cheaper than simply buying from him or some other merchant. Thank you. Are we done? Thank you. Good lord. All right. Everybody saved. It's saved. I'll just go ahead and grab my post screenshot real fast. There we go. And with that, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you all on Sunday for 6 raw hours of Act 2 Pathfinder Kingmaker, where we finally have Harim. We can go find Jubilost. We can go find Ekondio. I think that's everybody we find in second act. A lot of characters that I like. Harim gets better once his story starts. Jubilost and Ekun are basically top tier ranged characters. Cannot wait to get them in the party. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I hope you all have a glorious weekend. I got one more major shift to get through and then it's the weekend for me. But I hope you all have a good rest of your Friday and the beginning of your weekend. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.